Meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held via video conference, moderated by me, William Isla Jr. from the DHHL office, Hale Pono'i, 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. And today's date is Monday, April the 19th. The time is 9:36 a.m. Pursuant to the governor's 19th proclamation related to COVID emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes 92 regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through June 8th, 2021, to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portions of this meeting via the DHHL website. Prior to starting the meeting, I just would like to start off with congratulating Commissioners Ka'apu, Kalekini, and Neves on making their way through the confirmation process at the state legislature, and just mahalo you all for being willing to take all of that criticism and still wanting to serve the beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Trust. So thank you all for being here today. Leah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wo,
Here.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'apu,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'upu,
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o,
Here.
Commissioner Neves,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya, Chair Isla.
Aye.
9 members present, we have a quorum.
Mahalo. So announcement tonight at 6:30 p.m., the department will convene a community meeting highlighting Moloka'i's concerns. Please go to the DHHL website for the link to join. It's our first attempt at trying to get back to normalcy. So when we were able to meet in public on island, there would be a community meeting after the first day of commission proceedings. We are trying to return to that, and we'll see how that works out. And if it does, then we'll do that for every preceding meeting. Today's executive session and lunch break will be at noon. May I please have a motion to approve the agenda?
So
Now might be Dennis. I think Patty.
Patty, okay.
Yes.
Neves.
Okay, so all those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Approval of the minutes for March 15th and 16th, 2021. Commission members, are there any corrections to the minutes? Patty? You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I wanted to thank the individual staff who have prepared the minutes. Minutes are, when I read through it, it's really done really well. So I don't have a correction, but I do have a question on page 3. So under page 3, paragraph 4, it says Garcia stated he preferred to discuss this in executive session. So there was a follow-up that I wanted to find out. We didn't do the follow-up.
Okay, and I recall we did not have that question in executive session. So
Yeah. And so the
You go-
other one, if we could follow up on those, and under page 26 out of 28. My question regarding the minutes is that during the discussion, Staff Controller stated that the beneficiary consultation will be scheduled in April 2021. I'm requesting, what are the dates on April 21? We're on April 19 and 20, so I'm curious when these beneficiary consultation will be starting in for Nanakuli, especially on the subject item. And
so that wasn't,
if you
sorry.
could follow up on, I'm sorry, if you could follow up on that request of what the staff stated. and what dates are scheduled for the beneficial consultation?
We will do that, and we're still awaiting the developers, I guess, information from their due diligence data gathering. And then there's specifics on a proposal. So as soon as that information is available, then we will schedule the appropriate beneficiary consultation meetings and let everyone know ahead of time.
Okay, and the last one is on page 27 out of 28, paragraph 2. I request to see if the consultations could be scheduled openly at the ranch. I understand now that we're on a tier 2, tier 3, you can have at least 100 or more in an open session as far as weddings, but the ranch would be a appropriate location. And this was a question to you, Mr. Chair, if there was any follow-up from the Department of Health to agree that beneficiary consultations could be openly done.
Yes, there was, and the response was once we had scheduled the beneficiary consultations, they would review whatever tier we were in and whatever conditions we were in, and then provide an answer just prior to that time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you for whoever did the minutes. Very good minutes prepared. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Leah and Louise. Mahalo. Okay, so next order of business is the March. Oh, wait, we have to take that. So any other amendments, suggestions to the minutes for March 15th and 16th, members? If not, could we have a motion to approve?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Okay, all those in favor of approving those minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Seeing none, the motion carries. Next up is the March 23rd special meeting minutes. Are there any edits to those minutes? They're rather short. Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Zach. Okay, all those in favor of approving the March 23rd special meeting minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very, very much. There was one public testimony submitted on Friday. It was in a Friday email and added to the cloud folder. Just this one. Okay. So we had public testimony submitted from Jojo Kanemoto with regarding the right of entry to the Kawaihai hold on a second, let me get the right terms here. The Kauai Community and the Kohala Center for the Fence Project and the Watershed Management in Kauai, Hawaii. She opposes for several reasons. The request to exempt Chapter 343, of which it's a fencing project. So the exemption was cited under maintenance. She points out that the Bishop Museum did a talk story with kupuna of the community a while ago, and wants to point out that the area is very important to King Kamehameha, as this is an area that he resided. And then there's a number of other concerns that she has shared. So you have this with you in your cloud folder, and that's the only public testimony that we have. Okay, so are there any questions for staff? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to the consent agenda. Morning, Juan.
Good morning, commissioners. Always good to be with you. Again, this is Juan Garcia, Administrator for Homestead Services Division. HSD has 13 action items for your consideration, representing about 100 beneficiaries. There's also a request for subdivision in Keaukaha of a residential lease, and for commission designation of successors for Waiakea, Kauai High, Laiapua, and Ho'olehua.
Let me ask you,
Yeah.
Commission members, is there a desire to pull any items out of the consent and take them separately? Okay.
Chair, I
seeing
just have a general question about the sublease, not sublease, but I mean the
Subdivision?
subdivision, yes.
Go
And
ahead.
that's a subdivision of a specific lot, a residential lot that he mentioned.
That's correct. That's a residential lot in Keaukaha, East Hawaii.
Okay, I just have a general question about those types of subdivisions. When we're dealing with a agricultural lot and there's a request for subdivision, my understanding that agricultural lot is any size lot over 2 acres. Is that correct?
Generally, a residential lot does not exceed 1 acre. So agricultural lot would be more than 1 acre.
Okay, so in the case of a farm lot here at Anahola and somebody wants to subdivide, and they subdivide the lot, say they have a 4-acre lot and they subdivide it to 1-acre parcels. Does the rules continually apply for a farm lot to that 1-acre parcel under a separate TMK?
Yeah, the original lease, being that it was a agricultural lease, any portions of that lot would then hold that designation of an agricultural lot.
Which requires a 2/3 cultivation.
That's correct. That's what the rules currently requires.
Okay, thank you. Just want to get a clarification. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Dennis. And then there are 2 situations where an ag lot could be subdivided. One where the lessee is interested in actually cutting it up and, passing it on to a family member. Or the other situation is the lessee is no longer interested in farming the large lot and requests to turn part of it back into the department, where in the first case, the lessee is responsible for the subdivision process. In the second case, the department is responsible for the subdivision process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So move.
Second.
Okay, mahalo. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
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 Does anyone oppose? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Mahalo,
Next up
Juan.
Next up is agenda item C1, and we have Paula joining us at the table.
Aloha Commissioners. Good morning, Paula Aila, Contact and Awards Division.
Aloha.
Good morning.
Aloha. The request on the table is request authorization to add 7 lots in the Kanehili subdivision located in Kapolei, Oahu, to the payment for telecommunication infrastructure program. So I'm just going to summarize quickly the background of why we implemented the telecommunication infrastructure program. We started awarding lots under the awards division in 2016, and we were then informed in 2018 that Sandwich Isle Communications could no longer pay for the trenching and installation of those lines. Prior to that, they would provide collateral to our beneficiaries at the orientation meetings, informing them that they would pick up the cost for trenching and installation. So fast forward to 2017, I came to the commission on Maui and asked to set up this program so we could assist the beneficiaries with these costs unanticipated. Some of them were near completion of building their home. Some of them were just starting out. So we have a variety of where they were in the process. In short, the commission approved a budget of $1 million for these specific subdivisions that we were working on. In front of you, you should have the list of what was provided back in 2017 with Kakaina, Pilani Mai Kekai, Okea Waiahuli, Lanai, Ku'ulo Kahai, and that was a total of 188 lots that were potentially going to be short of these funds. So fast forward, there is another team that was finishing off these 7 lots in Kanehili, and they were unaware that SIC wasn't able to cover those costs. So these particular lots in question have been worked on with our former housing staff in LDD and Leeward Habitat. So these are the 7 lots that we'd like to add because they fall into the same category as the other 188. So that would bring us to a total of 195 lots. Commissioner?
Are there any questions for Paula?
I do.
Go ahead, Patty.
Hi, Paula. Thank you very much. Thank you for adding the Kanahili, the 7 individual on the Habitat program. Is that what you mentioned?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so thank you for that, because I know that that project is working towards completion, but I was really concerned about their telecommunication setup, but I see that you added in that, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Can I ask you a question? So under your department where DHHL is, what telecommunication lines do you folks have? I'm just curious because last week, CNHA, they lost their internet Wi-Fi for about almost a week.
It would be SIC, Sandwich Isle
Yeah,
Communications.
okay. Yeah, so they had some disturbance on the building at CNHA. They didn't have any Wi-Fi maybe about a week. I understand it just popped up this past weekend. Okay, so you folks have the same tele line then?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Any other questions for Paula? Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead, Zach.
Hi, Paula. Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning.
So the 7 lots that you included, were they already awarded to individuals?
No, they are in a variety. Some were already, some are like midstream, some are in the loan process. So irrelevant of the status they're in, there was still a cost to, I believe a couple of them, the cost was picked up by Habitat. So we'd like to find a way to recover those costs to the beneficiaries. So forgot to mention these expenditures, when we do cut the check, go directly to the beneficiary.
I see. Okay, thank you.
That's the way the program is set up.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Paula?
I have one.
Yes, David.
Thanks, Paula. So
Good morning.
my understanding is that these funds are used so that the infrastructure can be put in, but the infrastructure is being put in so that the beneficiaries can still connect up with SIC?
Correct.
Or any successor to SIC in the future?
Yeah, that was my question, because if they're not getting the service, it seems like we're spending a lot of money, for them to get perhaps a service that, like Patty was saying, is not going to be working. And I'm not sure if this is an executive session issue, but I would hate for us to keep spending money on infrastructure for SIC if SIC is not able to provide the services. And I'd much rather see us spending the money on infrastructure that will actually be usable by the beneficiaries once they're in the home. So how are we addressing that? Maybe that's a question for Chair. Thank you.
So the infrastructure that is going in now as we speak, or has gone in, and we're reimbursing them, is infrastructure that they will be able to use in the future, irregardless of who a carrier may be. The primary purpose was to make sure that these new homes actually had the ability to, at present, have SIC and SIC partners, Spectrum, be able to provide the intermediate service until we resolve this issue with SIC.
But SIC should have been installing the infrastructure for the homes. Is that correct? To
That is
start.
correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay. So I think the faster we resolve that on a going forward basis, then I guess the faster that, we can ensure that the beneficiaries are getting a service that they can work with. So I guess we'll deal with that in executive session as far as the status. But yeah, I just hate to see us keep spending money that should have been spent by SIC to provide an SIC service, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this program, just to add to Chair, was to address the immediate need to get the trenching and the installation cost to the homes. What happens after this, I defer to Chair, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
David. Any other?
Yeah,
questions?
Chair. So that
Dennis?
was sort of a line of my question, is that are the lessees advised that this is just bringing service to their house or lines to their house? There may be problems with SIC until you can resolve the SIC side.
Yes, the awardees, if you will, in the various stages are very aware of the limited service that would occur once the installation occurs. However, we inform them that there may be other service providers in the future.
Okay, so then on the flip side, if when the SIC issue is resolved, some of these funds may not be used because we may have access to provide the trenching to the home. Is that correct?
There may be, I think the correct answer is there may be other providers that will provide those services.
Well, but does that mean that we would still have to pay for that as a department?
That's what will occur, I think, in the negotiations that occur in the future.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, can I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Paula.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you, Paul.
To the table is Anna. Item F1.
Aloha and good morning, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division.
Morning, Kahana.
Has four.
Morning,
Good
Kahana.
morning. Land Management has 4 items today. Item number F1 is the approval to amendment of General Lease 290, Kapolei Community Development Corporation, East Kapolei, Oahu, TMK 91151-002.
Do you have any questions for Kahana on F1?
Yeah, I have a question. I was trying to look for the amendment. You have the amendment here?
The amendment is written in.
Which amendment are we talking about? Because I kept looking through it, trying to find out which amendment we're talking about.
Something, it's just Article 1, Section 3,
Yes?
and it's gonna It's going to be replaced by number 2, insert new section number 3 titled the progress evaluation.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
We also have on the line, if anybody wants to ask questions to the lessee and its attorney. We have, I think, Scott Abrigo and David Lau of Imanaka and Asat.
Chair,
If they want to, yes, David.
perhaps we should have a motion on the floor first before we have questions.
Okay, so the recommended
thank
motion
you.
and action again is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to the following: to amend General Lease 290 as follows. Number 1 would delete Article 1, Section 3, titled Progress and Evaluation as amended by Section 1 of the Third Amendment, which reads in its entirety as follows. You can follow there. And number 2, insert new Section 3, titled Progress Evaluation, to read as follows. So some of the highlighted changes, I believe, in the first paragraph, when you look at number 1, it says 11 years, 4 lines down. Over the first 11 years, the lessee has asked to change it to 12 years. David and or Scott, if you guys want to chime in.
Aloha, Commissioners. This is David Lau of Imanaka Sato. I'm trying to see if Scott is supposed to be online too. But essentially the ask is that the provision, the progress timeline is extended by another year from what we asked the previous time that we were here, and the amendment shows the reflection of that extension.
Thank you, David. I would just add that the project has been delayed because of negotiations with the Department of Transportation mainly on the ingress and egress approach to the project. I do believe that we're much closer now to agreeing on the length of the turn lane and things like that. So the extension is necessary in order to allow the developer to move forward with its financing, relative to the delays. So that's the primary reason for the extension. Any questions, commissioners? Scott, you just came on now. Did you want to add anything?
Sure, I have a quick question, if I may.
Go ahead, Michael, and then Scott, I think you're muted. So let's take the question from Commissioner Kalekini first.
So the term for this lease commenced in 2011.
Correct.
And so are we now in years 11 through 15 for the rents, Kahana, or are we still in the ending of 1 through 10?
I believe we're in the years 11 through 15.
Okay.
Scott, you want to
chime in?
No. Aloha, Mike Kako. Again, aloha, everybody. I'm Scott Abrigo, KCDC. In terms of your question, Commissioner, we are not in the lease terms for 11 through 15. The lease hasn't started, or our sublease, or us collecting rent on this project hasn't started. We are still trying to start construction on this project. And so we are in the permit period and about to transition to the next period. So we haven't started collecting rent.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems that, yeah.
And so when we start collecting rent, it'll probably be a year and a half after the project starts construction. And then upon that time, that's when the rent schedule starts. And so year 1 through 10, we'll probably be collecting, a little over 500,000. And then the rent schedule starts from there. Of that rent collection that we get, we are committed to providing 20% net to the department from the rents collected on our side.
Correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, then the rent payments doesn't start till about a year and a half after construction has started.
Correct.
And from from 2011 to present, we haven't been getting any revenues from this.
Correct.
We've been collecting revenue as part of the sublease as our developer KZ has met certain milestones. And so when they met the permit period, some revenue was provided to KCDC. As they meet a next milestone, they provide more revenue, but the collection of rents hasn't started.
So the developer has provided you with some
Upfront payments.
remuneration, correct?
Yes, some upfront payments per the sublease agreement.
But the department doesn't receive anything until you
Develop.
actually rent things up.
Yeah, so for the general lease, the department doesn't receive any revenue until we start collecting the actual lease rents on the project.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. David?
Thank you.
You're on mute, David.
Oh, yep, there we go. Yeah,
Oh, no, me.
have anything to add to that, to what Scott said?
Sorry, it's the other David, me.
Oh,
It's okay.
Sorry, to David. David.
So, yeah, I'm looking at number 2.
Yep.
And on the new progress evaluation, and I have on page 2, I have 1 through 7. And then when I go to page 3, I'm not sure if I'm missing something, but it starts at number 3, 4, and 5. So I'm assuming that I'm missing because there's nothing that leads that is prior to what starts as saying lesser acknowledges on page 3. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Are you missing something, or is that not being changed?
Yeah, that's not being changed, Commissioner Kapu. It should.
Yeah, I just don't know where it follows
Title to that.
with regard to 1 through 7 on the previous page.
I see.
Ghana, that was some of my confusion as to where this whole document was going.
David, this is Russell. I was going through that same exercise too. So if you look at the beginning of the motion, paragraph 1 is to delete Article 1, Section 3.
Right.
And there's 7 items, and then there's the lessor acknowledges paragraph at the end of it.
Right. And all we're asking for is an extension to the lease.
And paragraph 2 is replacing that entirety with the same 7
Yeah.
conditions and a new lesser acknowledges paragraph. And then it goes to paragraph 3.
Sorry for the confusion. David, if you follow me correctly, David Lau, the way I had drafted it, under number 1, we're deleting after number 7 of condition number 1. On the bottom, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It says lessor acknowledges that with respect, right?
Yes.
And then with number 2, what we're going to insert, the lessor acknowledges on page 3 on the top. We'll replace page 2 beginning with lessor under number 7.
So, okay, so I get it. I get it now. Thank you. My next question is, how come there are no milestones as far as numbers 1 through 7? So we're asking for an additional 11, well, it's supposed to be 12 years, but there's no milestones for any of these things that are listed here. So we have no idea when is 343 compliance supposed to be done? When is the grubbing, clearing, and maintaining of the entire premise supposed to start? preliminary development plan for review and comment. It would be nice if we had some sort of time frame on here because it's open-ended. You want to extend it another year, but we still have no idea what's going to happen in the next 12 years or whenever the extension expires. And I think if we can tie, because we're approving this extension and we have no idea what's going to happen and when this thing is going to move forward. I understand that we're in the process of working with DOT, but I don't even know where that falls in this criteria 1 through 7. So it's not meaningful to me to set these, to say that there are milestones, but not have any time frame on them. Thanks.
Acknowledged. Yep. Thank you. Scott, let me go to Patty before I go to you, Scott. So go ahead, Patty. You're on mute, Patty.
Thank you, Commissioner Ka'apu, for bringing those milestones in. I'm also looking at this proposal and it seems sort of incomplete. I think my concern is to look at the traffic plans. I thought that maybe you will have a traffic plan from DOT on the concerns that was brought up, I think, at the last presentation of the ingress of this project into the, what you call, one-way entrance. I think we talked about that. The other thing I was concerned is so right now it's not even, the property just is sitting there. So question was, is the developer paying the department any rent right now?
The answer
No,
is
not
no.
yet.
No.
So, yeah, the general lease is a general lease between KCDC and the department.
Okay.
So we are the lessors of this this property. The department awarded this property to Kapolei in 2008, and that's when KCDC was created to accept this property along with our.
So did you fill up the project? I see you have longs. Was there a Texaco? When I'm looking at the project exhibit A map, I only see longs. And so I think you have, is it all filled with vendors?
So we have our 3 anchor tenants is Longs, Hele, 7-Eleven, and Chick-fil-A. Those are our 3 anchor tenants, and they remain committed with us through COVID and through what we're experiencing now. We are working on a 4th use, which is a container park concept. And this container park can be seen in Seattle, Las Vegas, and whatnot to fruition as we speak. And so, yes, the main components of tenants are in, and based on the anchor tenants that we do have, we are ready to move forward with construction because those three anchor tenants form the substantial tenant base for our project to move forward.
So what is their rental like? What is their market rent lease are going to be like?
Their market lease rent, I'm not sure. So that's between our developer and those tenants. In terms of our relationship to the developer, KZ, we have a sublease agreement. And so we could ask in terms of what they're getting, from their major tenants. But that's more the developer's Kuleana. And I would also like to add that KCDC does have an eleemosynary space in Ho'omaka. So we have 1,200 square feet of space in Ho'omaka. And so we are a tenant also. And we plan to do community programming out of our space.
Are you also going to be, Scott, are you also going to be renting out to beneficiaries who have storefronts? I mean, they can have the opportunity to have their marketplace and things like that?
So that's the vision. By moving to a container park concept for a portion of the the project allows for smaller, more financial respectable spaces. And so in the container park, we are looking heavily at beneficiaries being able to come in and provide that. And for our 1,200 square feet, we are considering having a space for that also. And so we are looking at potentially, a permanent pop-up makeke per se, where Hawaiian vendors could have a space in Kapolei to sell their goods out of our space. And for us, this space, we're not, our relationship to the space is not making money. And so we could definitely lower the overhead on our vendors that come in. And so those talks are kind of ongoing right now with that
And
space.
yeah, Scott, thank you for that, because when Kamakana Ali'i said the same thing when they needed approval, that they would work with Kanahili, Maluhia, Kaupea to give this pop-up makeke thing, but it never happened, yeah? And if it did happen, they charged the homestead beneficiaries very, very high rent. And so this project reminds me of a project in Nanakuli Village Center. And it's the same thing they promised the beneficiaries, and it didn't happen again. And so my concern is to see these projects blossom into homestead on DHHL land, pay the market value rental, but also play a role with the beneficiaries adjacent to the area and be real, be humble and work with them. And I think those kind of projects are very, very successful on our property. So thank you for that and this discussion, Scott. Appreciate it.
And just to build on Commissioner's comments, that is very important. Kamakana Li'i, when they opened, they didn't have a Hawaiian space. And Ho'omaka Marketplace, because KCBC has 1,200 square feet as a tenant in Ho'omaka, we have a space. And so we see that space as being that space that will, the homesteaders will have a presence in Ho'omaka. So we're excited, and our 1,200 square feet space is not going to be an outdoor space. It'll be a brick and mortar tenant space, and so we're super excited to have that, and we feel that would represent that beneficiary stake or skin in the game in our project.
Yeah, and that adjacent corner property, it's a very good location, and what you're visioning to do, and we'd like to see beneficiaries to come up with this kind of vision within the department's property and land, and to come up and be self-sustained. And also, a service station is needed there. I mean, they don't have one close by, but these kind of program and pilot programs really work well when you work with the beneficiaries and homesteaders. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patty. Case. Any other, Scott, did you want to say something?
I totally agree. We've been working on this project since 2008. It does seem like we've been working on it a long time, but over that time, we went out with 2 RFPs. We went into direct negotiations with KZ, with Longs as our anchor. And as a volunteer board, with homesteaders sitting on our board, we had to build our capacity to get to this point where we are. And we learned a lot, and we're continuing to learn a lot, but it's challenging. It is challenging to push a project like this, a development commercial project with the capacity that we do have. And I think for this amendment, we're asking for a year extension, and that year extension would allow us to finish the project. So I know earlier commissioners had asked, about DOT, and excuse the pun, DOT is kind of our last road bump, speed bump on this project, and we've been working on this DOT access plan for probably almost 2 years. And with the help of Chair and Kahana, we are at a point where we are expecting a letter of conditions from DOT that kind of arrives at a consensus between our project and DOT. I wish that I had this letter today that I can show you, but believe me, we are close. We're probably days away from DOT sending that letter to Kahana. And with that letter, that would be our trigger to trigger our HECO, our final designs, and everything that comes. So that letter is really the last thing we need. With that letter in hand, we are prepared or committed to start construction the end of this summer. So we're looking at August. And with our August construction date, we should be able to complete our project probably the latter part of 2022. And so with this extension, that would allow for that to happen. And so I know we're on the Fourth Amendment, and I'm hoping that, you know, the next time we come before this commission, it's to invite you folks to our groundbreaking or grand opening. But we are so close. We are so close.
You know,
Thank you,
can I
Scott.
can I just
David?
add something? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, David. Are you done, Patty?
So I just wanted to add something to Scott, is that I think the exciting part is that you have two major schools there, and the employment opportunity, I think you looked at that too, Scott, that it will provide a lot of employment opportunity when you have resources like CVS Longs and Wendy's and other opportunities. That region, especially West Oahu, you know, it's so low with unemployment and, you know, these other obstacles that when we provide good, healthy jobs like that, that you can walk and play and live, it's a good vision sign that I see. But thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, David.
No, mahalo, Patty. David?
Yeah, thank you. So Scott, just so I'm clear, so what you're saying is with the additional year, you will be able to complete 1 through 7 by the end of 2022. In fact, you'll be able to complete more than that. You will be finalizing your construction by the end of 22, so that 1 through 7 will be done within that time frame. Is that correct?
Okay, his screen is frozen, so let's give him a second to thaw out.
Scott, you hear that?
He can join again.
Okay, he jumped off and he'll be back in a second.
Here, this is Russell. Can I ask Kahana a question while we're waiting for Scott?
Sure, go ahead.
So Kahana, on page 3 of your submittal.
Yep.
Under discussion. The first paragraph in the discussion, that last sentence.
Yeah.
Lease 290 was issued to La'iopua. That's not correct, right?
That shouldn't be in there, sorry. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, so make that correction. And then the next paragraph talks about the First Amendment. Second sentence says something about the amendment provides lessee opportunity to explore some alternative residential opportunities. That's another cut and paste, yeah?
No, that should be in there. Initially, they were afforded the opportunity to look at residential type opportunities.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, our First Amendment, this was back in 2011 or so. Our first RFP was with a developer that was contemplating some kind of residential mixed use. Our underlying land use zoning is BMX3. And so we did approach the commission to allow residential on the property. Although we have that approved.
So Kahana, I get it. So Second Amendment was still residential, and I mean, sorry,
Yeah.
first, then Second Amendment, they went to the commercial proposal.
Correct.
Yeah, got it. So I guess just that La'iopua reference is gotta be.
Yep, got that. Thank you.
Chair, while he's frozen, can I make a couple of comments? First of all, are we going to use the raise hand connotation? Are we not?
If you can, please do
I've done it
so.
a couple of times, but nobody says anything. So we'll just go ahead and yell it out. My concern is this a time sensitive situation that we're dealing with right now? Because I think there's a lot of confusion on how the document's put together. And I agree with Commissioner Kapu that, you know, and it seems like they're real close to getting either a letter from DOT, and they're also look like they're going to lock down some things. And I think if this isn't time sensitive, might suggest that we get more information and move forward with some timelines so this doesn't go on forever and ever.
I can't answer for Scott, but I do believe it's time sensitive in terms of the developer wanting to make sure that they have the changes in writing. The Department of Transportation issue has really put them back several years. And since Scott is, I can see him, but he appears still to be frozen. I'm gonna take a chance and not David Kapu, but the other David, would you answer for Scott in terms of the time sensitivity?
Yes, so, you know, under the general lease to 90 as drafted, there was this progress evaluation period that provided for the first 10 years, I believe, that they wanted this list of items, number 1 through 7, to be completed. And that period, as originally drafted, would have ran in 2018, I believe, or somewhere around there. So the extensions, and this is the second time, I believe, that KCDC has come back to request that provision be extended by a year, because last time we came here, we thought that with that 1 or 2 year extension that that KCDC approached the commission with, that it would, everything like number 1 through 7 would be completed by then. And the big condition that the developer was worried about was number 7 of that list of items is the project completed as planned. And the parties were just worried that if the project wasn't completed or the infrastructure or nothing was there yet after that period ran, that the department would be able to just revoke the underlying general lease 290. And so what the extensions have been doing is giving time for the developer to finish at least, you know, what's listed in number 7 within that period. So as the amendment we're asking for, what that period would then run 2023. So it's not that they're asking for 12 more years. It's just 12 years from the effective date of the general lease. And to answer, I believe one of the commissioners was asking earlier if this extension would allow for the project to be completed. That's basically the intent, so that if this amendment is approved, the milestone period would end at, I think, 2023. And by then, they're hoping that the plan is that you know, numbers 1 through 7 would be completed by the end of that period. The main one being the milestone number 7, the infrastructure and majority of buildings being constructed before that period ends. And if that happens, then the conditions for this milestone provision would be satisfied with.
So David, the inverse question, I guess, what happens if the motion and the amendment is not granted today?
Well, then we would probably, KCDC would need to speak with the developer and see what they can do as far as hopefully getting everything done by the end of the permits period as it's drafted. I'm sorry, the progress evaluation period. So having construction completed 2022, which I don't believe is, and I'd let Scott answer to that, but it sounds like they really need just that extra year to get everything together, especially because of the issues they were having with DOT.
Okay, thank you. So Scott is back on. I'll ask you the same question, Scott. What What would be the impact of not having the amendment approved? You're on mute. I know, looks like you changed technology, but you're on mute.
Sorry, hello, everybody. I'm on my phone. The impact of not having the amendment approved is that we may come right up to the performance evaluation schedule, the 11 years that's in the general lease. So, we do want to abide by the provisions of our general lease. Where we are today with our project, we feel pretty confident that we'll be able to move forward in summer of 2021, but based on the 11 years that's in our general lease, it'll be very tight to hit that and complete our project by that time. And so, extending it out to the 12 years would give us the time needed, and the general lease, we wouldn't be impacting our general lease and meeting those conditions.
Okay, any questions, commissioners? Since Scott seems to be unfrozen. Dennis?
Yeah, so let me ask a question. David Lau, you mentioned that with this extension, that all items 1 through 7, as far as the developer is concerned, would be completed. What about now the infrastructure for the stores that are coming in? Is the developer doing all the infrastructure for all these furlongs and so on and so forth? Is he just doing the frames and they're doing their own?
I can answer it, David. So the developer KZ is doing all the backbone infrastructure, the roads, the access, the common area, and creating a pad. And then the developer, with their relationship to Longs, is building the Longs building. But 7-Eleven, Chick-fil-A, the container park are coming up on their own.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, David Kaapu, and then so.
Thank you. So, okay, thanks for that explanation. I think I understand it. So do you think that there's more incentive for the sublessee to get this done if we leave it the way it is, and then you come back if you need it at the end of 2022? I'm just wondering, is that more appropriate? Because, or is there at some point, is there going to be hard money being paid by developers? So in other words, if we grant this, is there an opportunity to say, we'll grant this additional year, but at the end of that, then this whole deal goes hard. You're going to have to start paying money, not only to you as the lessee, but then the lessee is going to be making payments to the department as well, so that we're realizing some sort of income. And I'm just wondering if that might be a better play on this, because right now we can see granting the extension, but we don't see any obligation on the sublessee to then make payments. I understand that you believe that it's in his best interest to do that, but I'm just wondering if we put some incentive in there so that he then has to make payments. If that wouldn't be a better incentive all the way around, because I'd hate to get to the end of 2022 and then the sublessee comes and goes, hey, we've been slow or something, and there's another reason why we're not going to be able to do this. So we're on another extension, which means, money is not going into anybody's pocket, including yours. Thanks.
That's a good point. Our sublease between KZ and KCDC is incentive laden. If we are able to complete the permit period that we are in, KCDC gets a payment of maybe $12,500, which is small. And then we enter into the delivery period. Upon delivery, which is the backbone infrastructure, start construction, and delivery of the project, there is another large payment of about $125,000, And this is all pre-rent payments. And so for us, it's just keeping the project on track, on schedule, and hitting their milestones. And when those milestones are hit, that's when the payments are made. And so there is incentive for us to continue to nudge this project forward and create enough time for the project to continue to move forward, because as a KCDC will benefit. And then the ultimate goal is to have this project have the tenants paying rent. That's when we start collecting our full rents, and that's when we start paying the department. So we do have the incentives built in, Commissioner. We just got to get out of this permit period, and a large part of that permit period was the DOT access into our project. And so if we're able to get over that hurdle on the DOT, we're out of that permit period into the delivery period. And within the delivery period, construction starts, and they got to deliver our project within a 1.5 years. David, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that delivery period is finite in terms of how long that period lasts. And then we start rent. And so we are at the tail end of our agreement with KZ, and really teed up to enter into that delivery period, which in my mind, once we break ground, the project's going, right? We're on our way.
Yes, if I could jump in, the driving force behind asking for these extensions is essentially the progress evaluation period under the general lease. If items 1 through 7 are not met by the end of the progress evaluation period, the general lease 290 provides the department with the right to potentially cancel the general lease. And to the developer, that makes them very uneasy because they're putting all this time and money into planning the project, and they just want to have assurance that they can continue with the project without the general lease being pulled out from under both KCDC and the developer. And so this year that we're asking extension for is very important to them, because if it's not approved, then they're gonna have to think real hard and may reconsider about moving forward with the project. But they are incentivized both under the sublease to get everything done on time, because we have, as Scott was saying, progress periods that they need to meet under the sublease. And there is a finite date where the rent needs to start, so the rent doesn't keep getting pushed off. It's tied to either a certain date or earlier if business is open by then. But so if the concern is that the developer can keep pushing things forward and forward and forward without there being any revenue, they can't do that under the sublease with the way that it's drafted. Is they're going to have to start paying rent by a certain time, and so they can't keep pushing the rent off, and there never being any revenue or never being assurances of revenue.
Okay, thanks.
Before I go to Russell, the other challenge that the developer and KCDC is experiencing is they have had multiple responses from the Department of Transportation asking them to design different things, and have spent a lot of money designing different things only to have those designs be rejected. And part of it is because you're taking a 6-lane highway that's coming down to Kamakana Ali'i, and I believe that some of the DOT engineers really were asking them to make corrections that the Department of Transportation made mistakes on, and the cost of those re-engineering would have made the project not pencil out. So that's why we had the discussions, and I think we're very, very close, but I don't think either KCDC or we are at this point saying we're 100% sure based upon our experience with the different answers that we've been getting from the Department of Transportation. We think we're We think the deputy director is moving them in the right direction to provide something that's reasonable, safe, and something that, you know, the developer can accept and still be within, you know, the realm of financial responsibility. So I just wanted to add that so that it's clear. And then Russell, you had a question?
Yeah, Chair, thanks. First question is for David Lau. So you mentioned a specific date, the earlier of either open for business or a set date for rent commencement for the subtenant. What date, what is that?
I believe that's in 2023. They need to start paying rent.
Is it May of 2023? Matching up with the commencement date of the ground lease?
Right. I believe it's in June
Okay.
2023.
And then Scott, question for you. When is your rent commencement date?
Our KCBC's rent commencement date,
Right.
we pay, so our agreement through the general lease is 20% net. That's our rent to the department, and that 20% commences when we start collecting rent. And so that would align to June 2023.
And then, so, you know, in this proposal that Kahana teed up, there's on page 4 of the proposal, there's it states a 65-year term for the lease. But that's inclusive of this startup period, right? So you're asking for 12 startup and then the remainder term. And then there's rent set out in annual rent for years 1 through 10. There's a hard figure. That's the projected 20% of that you're talking about. That's what that number is.
So that is that's our lease rent. So that's what KCBC will be getting. And so 20% of what you see on page 4 net is what the department would be getting.
So this is the rent under your sublease, not
Yes.
the rent for Geo.
Yeah, this is the sublease rent. This is the sublease rent between KCDC and KZ. It's not the general lease rent.
So in years 1 through 10, once we have rent commencement, which is roughly around May or June of 2023, the department's going to get 20% of 520,000.
Correct. And it's a net. And so we still got to arrive at what that amount could be. But it'll be 20%. Yeah.
20% of, somebody run the math for me. What is that? As an annual rent?
104,000.
104,000.
So, Kahana, you got to fix this rent section of the summary, because this is
Correct.
This is not what the department's going to get. And we only get it starting, if we approve this amendment, we start getting it in year 2023.
2023.
Yeah, that's the rent year 1 for us, I believe.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Any other questions, commissioners? Dennis?
Yeah, so I just want that last comment about where we're going to start receiving rent. I believe, Scott, you mentioned that once it was built out, still be like a year and a half before these rent amounts start coming in. Is that correct?
Upon construction, they have, a year and a half to complete, and rent commences June or July 2023.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Or earlier. So if they complete the project earlier and they open, then we start collecting rent earlier. So that's the outside date.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
One more point.
Right, Dennis.
It's for really Kahana. This document needs to be cleaned up. I don't know if we want to vote on this document. I'm a little concerned about voting on document, all the corrections need to be had. So I leave it up to you.
Understanding the situation, understanding the the fluidity and the skittishness of the developer right now, my recommendation is that we go forward with the amendment, and then we certainly can do better the next time we come to the table with an amendment. We can clean up
Chair,
the language.
I'm not sure if that's acceptable. We need to have when we vote on stuff, we need to have a document that we're voting on, and this document has too many errors in it. So,
Okay, I see on the faces of commission members that perhaps we'll defer this to next month and come back with a better document.
Can we get it done by tomorrow?
come by tomorrow.
Okay, Kahana is committing to doing it by tomorrow, along with all the other things that he has. So we'll defer till tomorrow for decision making.
Thank you.
Hey, Chair, can I mention something?
Sure.
So the corrections I pointed out were to Kahana's write-up. They weren't to the amendment. I think the amendment as presented is fine. So I would actually be in favor. I guess if we consider it tomorrow, we can clean up the write-up between now and then and reconsider. But I wouldn't want to push the developer and Scott back another month on this thing, because we want them to move forward. We want them to be successful. So anyway, because I was suggesting these cleanup to Kahana's write-up, I don't want to be responsible for kicking them back. That wasn't the intent of my comments.
Okay. I understand what other commissioners are asking for, and Kahana has agreed that it can get done, and we'll take it up tomorrow for decision making.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis, you had your hand up again?
No, that's fine.
Okay, Patty has her hand up.
Right,
And
thank
you're
you.
on mute.
Okay, thank you so much for the cleanup. I think it's important that we can defer this and then we can tackle it tomorrow. But I wanted to ask Scott, just looking at the map, I'm curious, because DOT here in Oahu, they take forever. We all know that in projects. DOT is messy and they take forever. So hopefully you can get this all done. I see you have an entrance on Kulakai Parkway. Is that an entrance or is that an
Yes.
exit or entrance coming down that parkway?
So that's our negotiations with DOT. So Kualakai is a state DOT highway.
Yeah.
And we are requesting access point off Kualakai into our project.
Oh,
and that access point is in response to our traffic study that we did. And we feel that is critical to addressing traffic of this project. And so that's a restricted access point along that whole edge.
Yeah.
And so we've been working 2 years on that access point with DOT.
Okay. And then the other entrance is, you have one at Kapolei Parkway too? Are you going to look at another entrance in there or exit?
There's no entrance point or exit points on Kapolei Parkway, only because of the distances from the existing intersection as well as Kekahili Street. And so it's too short to introduce another access point on Kapolei Parkway. So that entrance off Kualakai, the state highway, is very, very important to us. And we need that access point.
So, and then you have one entrance to Kekahili Street into Kanahili and then make the right. Is that it?
Correct. We actually have two entrances into, from Kekahili. One is a right turn in only, and one is a right turn, left turn. So we have three, when you factor in the two on Kekahili and one off Kualakai, we have two right turn ins and one right and left turn in.
Okay. Yeah, now I see why it's so important to have that Kulakai Parkway one.
Yes, it's very important. But you know that entire edge is a restricted no access, and so that's why it's taken a while to get DOT to the table and to agree that they would allow even an access point into our project. And so you know, we definitely had a lot of help from the department and the chair and Kahana, because it is, you know, a DOT to DHHL access point.
I see. But they're not, DOT is not requesting a traffic light or anything, not in that area though, yes, Scott?
They're not requesting a traffic light. And I think the chair kind of pointed in his summary of our experience with DOT. You know, we've submitted 3 ultimate plans to DOT, full construction drawings. And that takes a lot of commitment, a lot of resources to get to construction drawing. And, you know, the first one went in, construction drawings for approval. They came back with more comments. The second one went in, they came back with more comments. And by the third plan, the plan had exceeded what we had anticipated in terms of improvements. We were almost improving all the way up to Croc Center with new medians, new lines, widening the highway. And we needed to take a break. We needed to come back to the table and talk about what can this project afford? You know, what is truly needed? Are we correcting things that, you know, was wrong in the design, original design of the DOT roadway? And I think we've reached a compromise and a consensus. We just need it in paper. And so, again, we should be anticipating that letter in a week. Hopefully by the end of this week. That was promised to us by DOT. But with that letter, again, you know, that would allow us to take our next steps forward. So yeah, we have been working very hard on DOT for 2 years straight.
Thank you, Scott, for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair, again. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Dave?
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm in a teleconference. Go ahead.
Thank you. Kahana, I just want to make sure. So in your write-up, where you insert a new section 3 and then you continue, number 3 says the chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission may set forth other terms and conditions deemed prudent and necessary, including but not limited to extending the progress evaluation period for good cause. And then in your actual exhibit, you say, for good cause shown, the chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission may extend the progress evaluation period. So I'm just wondering, is that something that I mean, that's a new addition, right? Is that something that we want to, I guess this is a question for the commissioner. Do we want this to come back to us if the, you know, based on the representations made that this thing should be done by June or they should start paying rent by June of 2023? Does the commission, and I won't be here, but does the commission want this to come back to the commission for further approval, or does it want to grant that authority to the chair, which we don't even know if William will be chair at that time? So I'm just wanting, I mean, no offense, it's just, I think that's in the new, you're gonna have a new governor, right? So I don't know who's gonna be on, but I'm just wondering if that should be something that comes back to the chair commission. Thank you.
Mike's got his hand up, and then I would welcome other comments from commissioners. So Mike and then Dennis.
Yeah, that's a good point raised by Commissioner Ka'apu. I think for myself, it would be good to come back before this commission. However, also I'd like to add though, if the payments start by the same time that consideration to extend it, the full payments, then maybe it's not as big of a concern. However, if the if the chair's decision to extend the period means that the department does not get the full value income, then definitely come back to the commission. Those are my thoughts.
Dennis?
Yes, I think it should come back to the commission. It could be a quick decision, but I think it needs to come back to commission since we initiate, all of these amendments are voted on by the commission. I think it should come back to the commission and then move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. I have no problem in requesting that language be removed. I just want commissioners to understand that there are times when things happen really, really fast, and the delegation to chairs or future chairs to respond, I think sometimes is really, really important. But that discretion should be used very, very narrowly. So I'd hate future directors to get into a position where a project, I suppose that there could be an emergency meeting of the commission should a timely decision need to be made. So I just want to highlight that for commissioners in the future. At this point, I have no problem in removing it and having it come back to the commission. Go ahead, Patty. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as myself as the Oahu Commissioner, I'd like to recommend that, and I know that we're going to defer this to tomorrow with some of these corrections, but that the commission move forward to approve the 1 year to allow the permit process. That's so important when you're doing a huge project like this, working in moving the permit process, not to delay that. You do have deadlines to permits to the city and state, is to allow them to move towards the permit process and move forward with the developer to get this project off the feet, and then we can recommend that they come to the department. I'm not going to be here, but to come back to the future commissioners for updates of their project. They will just come back and update the commissioners of where they're at, what the projects are, what they're doing. And it usually, not allowing any holdback for this developer and this nonprofit to move forward. And so, I would support that amendment is to allow them especially to move the permit process forward, and not, when you hold that back, you hold back the entire project, and it's going to cost somebody, whether the nonprofit or the developer. So, that's my recommendation right now. But thank you very much, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. We will take that up tomorrow, and I will ask, because corrections and comments have come fast and furious, if commissioners wouldn't mind emailing Kahana with the focus of your, because he took notes furiously, but we want to make sure we get it right so that we're not doing other additional changes at the table tomorrow morning. So thank you for that. This item is deferred.
Chair,
Russell? Yes.
Can you send us a copy of General Lease 290,
Sure.
please? That'd be helpful in reviewing.
We'll do so. Thank you. Other commissioners, everyone wants a copy of the general lease?
Yeah,
Please.
what might be helpful as well is if you're able to send us this submittal in Word.
Oh, yeah.
So if we make changes, we can kind of interline it and send it out to you. Thank you.
Okay, and I really appreciate commissioners volunteering to help us clear up the language. That's a big help.
Thank you, Scott.
Next agenda item is F2.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, David.
Commissioners, appreciate it. Aloha.
Aloha.
See you folks.
Thank you.
Aloha, David.
David, aloha.
Item number F2, LMD is requesting that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the following action. Approve the annual renewal of right of entry permits for Molokai Island. The recommended motion and action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves the following actions while developing a process to making short-term agriculture and pastoral land of disposition available to beneficiaries.
What happening now?
They're listed there on the A, B, and C. I mean, this is a typical annual renewals of right of entries that we usually present to the commissioners. And this is for the island of Molokai.
Okay, Commissioners, may I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Yes, I do. Chair,
Go ahead, Zach.
I have several questions for Kahana. Thank you, Kahana. On the next page, page 2, you look at that chart that's in the middle. There is a the preservation. No, I'm not. Not that. I'm sorry. The office, and you got it located on the map on the right, correct? But that office, is that the old Catholic church on Apad Ho'olihua?
Let me ask my agent over here, Shelley. Do you have any idea? The office one. Partners in development. An office. Oh, they're at Lani Keha.
Okay. So
That's the Tutu and me.
Okay. And then, thank you. And then the other question that I have, and we discussed this in the past regarding providing a parcel or whatever for industrial commercial use for Molokai. How is that progressing, Kahana? That issue that we talked about in the past.
It's a matter of just identifying, again, I know in the island plan, it had mentioned industrial commercial. We just have to prepare it and get it ready for issuance if we're going to consider it. So I'll keep you updated as to when we would have that. And if anything, if and when we do have that ready, we will come to the commission for an approval to authorize a general lease to that parcel.
So you are planning to visit the island for that?
Hopefully. I mean, once this travel allows us to, go.
Well, whenever that happens, you please be sure to inform me so I could be part of that discussion. Thank you.
Yep.
Other commission members, I see Russell first, then Zach.
No,
Russell first, then Dennis.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I just, on that same chart, I just want to make sure I understand the second to last item, that Molokai Homestead Livestock Association, 9,370 acres. Is that right?
Not right.
Yes, sir. 9,370 acres. That's the community pasture one.
Okay. And what, just so and what is that? Well, what is the community, like homesteaders can all put their PP on the.
Yeah, it's an association that I guess manages cattle on the island.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chair, I can kind of mention that Russell, I'm sorry, that particular livestock program is in the middle of the island, right above Kalamaula and that area. So there's like a co-op utilizing the land for their cattle, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Kahana?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And any homesteader can participate in the co-op, or it's like a private enterprise?
I believe they can participate, but they got to go through the association first.
Okay. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, Dennis, then David.
Well, just two questions. One about the cattle and that the 9,000 acres that program. That's the community pasture program. Are they following the administrative rules on community pasture? Because some of that's just extensive, or is this just something different?
To my knowledge, they've been RP holder for some time. And I believe I'd have to check back into the history of it, but they've been there since before I started here, back in the 90s, I believe.
Right, because I've been discussing community pasture with some folks here in Kauai, and when we go back and look at administrative rules, they're pretty extensive as to what the department has to do in providing inoculations and all kinds. I mean, when I looked at it, I was laughing pretty loud. So I'm trying to find out if this is, and maybe Zachary, you could get us some information on exactly how they operate, under what rules they operate on, because that would be important to some of our beneficiaries here in Kauai.
Yeah, Dennis, I can get that information. I know who the contact person is on Molokai, so
Great, that'd be great.
maybe he can provide something in writing, and then
Sure, sure will.
I
Okay.
can send that to you. Thank you.
Okay, and then the other question, Akana, is the process that we're looking at for short-term agriculture. You know, the RP process. Where are we at for this specific program? Obviously, we're going to renew the ROE, but hopefully, we're not going to see renewing ROEs next year for the same process.
No, I am working diligently with the office of the chairman in trying to procure the appropriate assistance in getting us on the ball.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
David?
Thank you. So maybe we can get some clarification on the Livestock Association, because my understanding is that they act as a cooperative. And I think my understanding also was not everyone can join. You have to meet certain criteria in order to be part of that. But it's also my understanding that they do obtain revenue from raising cattle and selling cattle off of the 9,370 acres. And so I don't particularly have a problem with them being on the pastoral lot, but when you look at the comparison between ROE 500 and ROE 503, you know, the Manabas, who are beneficiaries as well, pay $2,400 a year for 78 acres. And when you move up to 501, you got Harry and Marlene Purdy paying $1 for 35 acres for ag. And so I just see that there's some disparity, because Molokai Homestead Livestock Association pays $240 for 10,000 acres. So I just don't understand why there is that disparity. And this is amongst the beneficiaries who are utilizing the land. And so if, you know, do we know what the revenue is from the Molokai Homestead Livestock Association? Do we know how much they make a year?
I have no information on that. I can try to see if I can obtain that information.
Yeah, that might be good, because, you know, if they're doing basically subsistence and the cattle is being used to feed their members and members of the Molokai community, I have less problem with that. If they're making a ton of money off of the use, then I think their rent should reflect the fact that they're gaining income So that, you know what I mean, we're not, especially since right below 78 acres is 10 times more than their rent, right? That the association is paying. So either that, or we convert this to a lease if we're not, if it's been going for a while, but it certainly doesn't seem appropriate for it to still be sitting in an ROE. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would you prefer that we come back with that information and defer this for decision-making tomorrow?
I'm not sure that yeah, I guess if we're gonna only wait until tomorrow, then I'd be fine with that. Because at least we'd have more information on which to make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Dennis?
Yeah, I just, wanted to make one point. This market study that's done, I guess, to try to get valuation on property. I've never read it, and I just happened to look at it. This is a market study for Oahu. So,
right.
Molokai, Oahu, two different places. Kauai, a couple different places. So I would think that the value of whether it be commercial property or it be pastoral property or it be, whatever, it's got to be different between islands. So I just get concerned that we're using something that may not be appropriate to the specific location to establish price. So if I don't know how we can expand that, but I would hope that we could look at something that's more comprehensive for the locations that we are going to do leases on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. We refer this item for decision-making to tomorrow. Agenda item F3.
Agenda item number F3, LMD is seeking the approval to amend right of entry permit number 683 to the Kohala Center for Fence Project and Watershed Management in Kauai, Hawaii. TMK 61001003 and 016. We have Kuali'i. What is that? Kuali'i and no. Okay, and online we have Kuali'i Kamara, our agent. Kuali'i, you can take. You're muted.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of this matter. We are so we're looking for the approval and issuance, the approval and amendment of right of entry 683 to the Kohala Center for an additional year, to authorize the extension and amendment of ROE covering the subject area under the terms and conditions cited above. Subject to the following: the standard terms and conditions of most current right of entry permit form, as may be amended from time to time. The premises shall be utilized primarily for construction and installation of the proposed fence line and watershed management activities under ROE 683. Other permitted activities include planting of native Hawaiian forest species, assisting in the management of and removal of feral goats, installation of sediment check dams and other erosion control efforts, and such other terms and conditions as may be prescribed by the Hawaiian Homes Commission to best serve the interests of the Hawaiian Homelands Trust. So we have this submittal. So if you guys have any questions in particular about this right of entry.
Commissioners? I'll give you a minute. I know I can see you looking at it.
So I can give a general summary. So the right of entry 683 was put in place because the Kohala Center, which used to run the Kohala Watershed Partnership, it no longer runs the Kohala Watershed Partnership, but the Kohala Center so acquired a grant to assist in the watershed management of the Honokoa Gulch in the Kauai watershed, which is heavily impacted by feral goats and has a lot of erosion issues. So they got a federal, so I won't talk too much about the grant, but so they got funding to replace the existing fence line around this property to remove and replace the barbed wire fence that was there with hog wire fence, woven wire fence, to be able to manage not only the cattle but to keep the feral goats out of the area. So at this point, they've fenced the exterior of the property, but we still have all of the feral goats on DHHO property at this time. So the request to extend this the ROE is to utilize the grant funds to continue to assist us with watershed management issues.
Okay, hold on. We have a question from David. And then,
I think Mike was first.
oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, David. Kuli, thank you for the presentation. Just a quick, just for my understanding. So we're talking about an area about, it says approximately 13 miles of the ungulate-proof fence to protect over 8,000 acres. And then when we go to page 3 and we look at the work completed so far, this is over 12 miles. So is that 12 of the 13 miles?
So 12 miles has been completed. The perimeter of the property has been completed. There is a chance that we haven't. So they have money for planting of native species, but we haven't taken the goats out of the area, and also as cattle. So there is a. So we put 13 miles in there. There is a chance that we would work with them on a project to create a small exclosure where we can put out native plants in the interim before the entire property is cleared of goats.
Okay, and so it looks like there's what about $400,000 left of the 950.
I don't have the exact numbers, but the Koala Center has got an extension until September 2022 to be able to utilize the funds. So we're requesting extension in the ROE so that they're able to use those funds on DHHL lands.
Okay, appreciate it, Koli. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. David, then Randy.
Yeah, thank you. Kuli, there, from what I hear and I understand is that the problem that's leading to the sedimentation running into the ocean is the goats. But I don't see anything in here. When are we getting rid of those goats? Because that's kind of the key to this, right? Is getting them out of there. And so that they can't come back in through Kailapa either. So when is that going to happen?
That's a good question. So when TKHC first got this funding, there was this assumption that you could just go in there and get the goats out. But with any type of animal control issue, so it is a larger issue, and we haven't really done the work on the DHHL side to talk with the Kalapu community and figure out all of the social issues around animal control. So they got some funding for it, but it kind of we haven't figured out all the details of the DHHL's role in the process, the Koala Center's role in the process, and also if we involve any type of contractors to do that work. So it's something that we haven't moved on, and it's definitely something that so there was an assumption, so when they got the funding, that they'd be able to just come in here and do it, but we haven't done the groundwork to reach out to the community, see if there is concerns, or if there is or if they find value in the goats, and what the ultimate what ultimately will be done with the goats. There's a lot of different manaos on how you could so nobody wants to go in there and just I don't like to use the word eradicate, but just go in there and leave all the animals on the ground. So we haven't figured out all of those issues yet. But I do hear your point. But it is a big concern, and it's yeah. So it's a concern that we haven't put enough some of our energy to at this point.
So, David, if I could have, Andrew has come to the table to add something to what Kuli has said, and that may answer your question.
Kuli is correct. The department does need to conduct a beneficiary consultation on how best to manage the ungulates in Kauai High. And I apologize, I dropped the ball on this one. We need to conduct a beneficiary consultation. So tentatively, we're looking at probably the middle to late May to conduct a community conversation with Kauai High lessees about how best to manage the ungulate population.
So is that then going to come back to the commission for decision making?
We want to focus the conversation about what is and is not an acceptable means of ungulate management for beneficiaries in Kauai High. I think what is before the commission today is a general approval to help better manage the watershed. So we need to consult with beneficiaries on what methods are appropriate to take care of the ungulates, the goats in Kauai High.
Well, I know the department, and I think it was Kailapa had come to us initially and had shown us that video of those thousands and thousands of goats coming over the hill, and they just kept coming over the hill. So from an environmental perspective, I don't think there's, I don't think there's any discussion as to whether or not the goats present a problem for the environment. I think that's clear that they do. If we're going to do something like segregate an area so some of the goats can be herded or cared for or whatever by the association, I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay with just letting them run, over 8,000 acres and keep increasing and creating damage to the very thing that the Kailapa Association has said is the most important, which is protecting the ocean and the assets of the ocean. So I don't understand what you're saying when you're saying we got to go back and let the beneficiaries tell us what the most appropriate way to care for the goats are.
I think in other areas on Hawaiian homelands where ungulates are an issue, there have been pushback when the department suggests just straight eradication. So we want to make sure that we have a conversation with the community, make sure that we cover all of the options that community members would like to see. Like you said, Commissioner Kapu, it was the community that came to us that said this is an issue, but we just want to make sure that we select methods that are appropriate, that the community can support the department in implementing. In other areas, like I mentioned earlier, when we do consider eradication, there's oftentimes strong feedback that perhaps the resource could be used as food. So we want to make sure that we have that conversation with the community about what are different types of methods that perhaps there are some beneficiaries that would like to or see the goats as a food resources, and we want to make sure we take their mana'o into account.
Yeah, and I understand that, but if you go back to that video that we saw, that's enough to feed the whole state with goat. You know what I mean? For a long time. And so I don't think that we can afford to let the land get degraded further and further, without some sort of a plan. And so that's why I'm asking if this is something that's going to come back, because if we're granting an extension to this, what are we granting an extension for? You know what I mean? There's no light at the end of the tunnel other than, they're going to complete the fence, but what? You know what I mean? Have we stopped the erosion? No. And so if the department is going to come back to us with a plan as far as what should be done, then I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that we're going to be able to take a look at this and make a determination of what is the best or most appropriate way to address the use of the goats, for the beneficiaries. What's the number, what's the carrying capacity that of any area that we would set aside for them. But I think it's clear we cannot continue to just let them sit on the land. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kapu. So I don't think there's anything stopping. So I think legally, stopping us just moving forward with TKC. But I really would like to, it's kind of like a big kuleana to drop in their lap. And I just wanted to make sure that socially, they are kind of protected, and we have done our due diligence to kind of support them, in these issues that sometimes get heated. So I don't think there's anything that's stopping us right now, but we just want to make sure that we approach it correctly.
Well, Kuli, I would add to your comment that yes, I wouldn't agree with you that nothing is stopping us right now, because goats are a game mammal and they're regulated by the Department of Land and Natural Resources. So until such time that we're able to talk with the community, get past the group of the community, and they may not be beneficiaries, or some of them may be beneficiaries that do not want to see goats removed from the area, that think of it in terms of a sustainable food opportunity going forward. We have to be mindful that we will have to have agreement with the Department of Land and Natural Resources on how we deal with the goat situation in Kauai High, and that that the various methods that we may come up with and bring back to the commission for decision making could be complicated by the fact that they're listed as game mammals. So I don't want to make it sound like, yeah, we can just go in there and drive them all into a pen and sell them or give them away, or if they're sold by the community to an individual who grabs the goat and takes it home and does something, if they're sold to someone who's going to resell them, then there's a Department of Agriculture process that comes into play. So dealing with game mammals is very, very tricky. And I'll leave it at that. And David, I will tell you that the entire staff here shares your concern, and we would like nothing more than to get rid of all of the goats tomorrow.
Right, but there's no state law that prohibits us from escorting them off the property, right?
It depends. If we escort them onto somebody else's property, then we may be introducing liability.
They're there.
How you escort them could be problematic. We haven't gotten sued, but DLNR has gotten sued for the use of aircraft to escort them to other areas. So it is complex. So I'll just throw it out there, not as a reason for not to go forward, but just to give you an idea of how complicated that the solution may end up being.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So we had Randy first, then Mike, and then Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. So, Kuli, thank you for the presentation. I do support the intent of this proposal, which is to erect a fence in order to keep out feral ungulates, including goats. But the question that does come up, and as you know, this is also part of our Kahiki Nui discussion, is by enclosing this area, and the intent of doing the fence is to restore the watershed, to bring back native plants. And when I hear native plants, those are really those things that define who we are as Native Hawaiians and as an island community. So for me, that's always at the forefront of where we should be. So what's left after that is, what role does the goats or feral ungulates do to prevent us from achieving that primary goal? And their presence in a fenced-in area is just destructive. And it prevents us from attaining the ultimate goal, which is native reforestation and watershed protection. And it comes at a time when we look at what's occurring with climate change, where forest restoration is even more important, not just for Hawaii, but for the planet. And I get what you encounter, Kuali'i, with some of the pushback that comes in the form of, for example, these goats as part of our ice box. It's part of our ability to gather and sustain ourselves. And while we're not saying no to beneficiaries who view this as a valuable resource, I think the balance has to be, how far do we go in accommodating that philosophy? Because as Commissioner Ka'apu points out, there are more goats, deer, and ungulate populations that continue to expand in such a way there's not enough hunters that can eat all of that. So the balance then becomes including beneficiary participation so that they have access to the food source, but at the same time, consider what else is needed to reduce those populations to a point where we can attain the goal of bringing back the forests. And that to me is what's most essential in serving, and this is how we serve beneficiaries, but it's also how we serve our island community, because we really do need to bring back these forests, these critical habitat areas that help to reduce sedimentation on our reef, help to reduce the runoff that's occurring in places that are harmful. So I feel for the challenges, Kuali'i, that you face, but I think for the department, we have kuleana, for the commissioners, we have kuleana to strike the right balance, to have the courage to say, this is what's needed. We cannot accommodate everybody's point of view, but we must accommodate the end goal, which is to restore. And that's how we serve the best interests of all the beneficiaries. And a healthy forest connects us to many other things, including our culture. It provides Native Hawaiians the ability to go into these areas and to gather in ways that it promotes and perpetuates cultural practices. And these are the things that are very important. Because when we look at kahiki nui, what we're looking at is scar tissue. You know, it's been there for so long, people think that's the way it's always been, but that's not the way that mountain used to look. And so, again, I support the intent of this proposal. I ask, though, that we all give some very serious and deep consideration to what do we do once the fence is complete? How do we go about striking the right balance to achieve the end goal? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. We'll go to Mike and then Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to reiterate and say I support exactly what Commissioner Owa and Commissioner Kaupu shared. And I wanted to ask Kuali'i. So, you know, it seems like we have a pretty good program in place with regards to the cattle at Humu'ula. And would, you know, some similar type plan, you know, be under consideration for the feral goats? You know, Chair mentioned sustainable food going forward as a resource. You know, communities benefit from the PP at Humu'ula. So I'm saying that model, that program could be considered to address the goats, right? Get them out of there. I mean, that's obviously the main reason why we're experiencing all that runoff. And I'm not familiar with how the cattle program started, whether there were consultation, etc. But you know, it just seems like we have a program in place that, for the most part, I think has been productive and appreciative by our beneficiaries and the communities that benefit from that. And so just something for consideration to address the feral goat population similar to the feral cattle. Thank you.
Yes, so we have licenses. We have feral cattle removal licenses, and that is something so we can look at for Kauai as well. We have actually been approached like informally by people who have experience and have access to markets. But that would be something that would be I believe would be on DHL and not on the Koala Center to look into. But definitely a license, a professional license to remove goats is definitely one of the options on the table.
Thank you, Kuli'i. Dennis? You're on mute, Dennis.
Sorry. Okay, I'd like to focus on this this opposition letter that was received by Jojo Tanimoto. And she points out a lot of things that outside of just the ungulate issue. She talks about the possibilities there are burial sites and historic sites in that area. She talks about issues with proposed fencing that wasn't completed, and the proposal doesn't show any. They'd like to know what the difference is in this proposal. About the dams, the check dams that caused problems and overflowed on Kauai Road and had to redirect traffic for 30 miles detour. Accessing the fenced areas near the Kauai homestead and Pelicani watershed. The trespassing, using the trespassing areas for access. There's a lot of all-terrain vehicles, I guess, go back and forth in areas late at night in an area that was supposed to be restricted. And then last year they were told by the department that gate and fencing would be installed, and nothing's been done at this point. So I think that's why I get concerned when we have these kind of comments from, and I'm sure she's speaking for the community, not just speaking for herself. She does reference other folks the folks that live there, is that, we want to exempt Chapter 343, but then we don't listen to folks when they have serious issues and they voice themselves. They took the opportunity to write 3 pages and send it in and say, look, this is our attempt to try to get some clearance on this, and what are we going to do? So if we're not going to go we're going to exempt Chapter 343, we ought to at least address these issues and make sure they're in the document somewhere, so they have some peace. I mean, this is their neighborhood. You have people that are driving up and down the middle of the night. We have issues. The department's aware of it, and it just continues to go on and on. We're talking about kupunas here. We're talking about our these are our livelihood. These are our folks that we should be listening to. We talk about cultural activities. This is where it comes from. So I get concerned that we would, and I understand that the goats are a problem. They're a problem at Kikinui, and there has to be a point sometime where you say, okay, if you put a bunch of goats in a pen, you're going to have more goats next year. So if you put goats in a 10,000 square foot pen, you're going to have a whole heck of a lot, and you can't eat them all. So there has to be, but I would prefer that we have a beneficiary consultation on this issue before we look at extending this, and we look at some of the items that Ms. Tanimoto brought up and make sure they're included if we're going to exempt Chapter 343. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, you want to address the I'll address it. If I address it incorrectly, you correct me. So the purpose of the 343 exemption, the declaration, is really about fencing being viewed as sort of a maintenance. It's not like we're building a new road or we're building a structure that is a building. The idea is to get assistance from the Kohala Center to put up a fence that they have the funding for that will make our lands better to manage. How it's managed once the fence is in, I think, is to be determined. The alternative is not have a fence and then the department either has to apply for a grant later on or use trust funds to put in a gate. With regards to, yes, we all agree that the area is important in terms of its relation to Kamehameha's legacy being there, the history of him being there, but without any specifics about, it's a general statement that there are cultural sites scattered throughout the area. The area has been ranched for probably 100 years. And people have, the ranchers put in fences prior to the land coming back to the department. We're trying to replace a fence that's nearly aligned with what used to be a fence for the purpose of establishing, for lack of a better word, an exclosure. Kuli, I don't know if the Koala Center, once the exclosure was close to being completed, if there was a plan to herd the goats out of that area so that the native plants could be planted in that area. So that was left out. Could you provide a little clarification before I go to David and then back to Randy?
Yes, the primary, my primary understanding of the exemption is because it's, so I can read it, I can read exactly what it says. The exemption is class number 2 because the replacement or reconstruction of existing structures and facilities where the new structure will be located generally on the same site and will have substantially the same purpose, capacity, density, height, and dimensions of the structure replaced. So basically they're taking like 4 or 5 strand barbed wire, which only works on cows, on the same alignment and replacing it with hog wire, which now also can work on goats. So the reason we ask for the exemption is because it's essentially the same thing, but it's upgraded and it will last for another 30 to 50 years. But that was the reason for the exemption. I understand that there are, so in the Ho'ohonokoa drainage, there are significant cultural sites. But to our understanding, the established fencing, what was done in a disturbed area, and so it was along the same alignment, primarily for the most part, along the same alignment of old cattle fences. And we also have, so I don't want to downplay, so our beneficiaries, their comments, but some of them are related to other issues in the Kauai community that's not related to TKC and some ongoing trespassing issues in the community. So there are unrelated issues going on in the Kauai, the Kailapa community. I do have TKC staff on the call if so if you wanted to address, if you wanted to ask them any particular, clarify any of those comments in particular with them.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to add a couple things. Commissioner Neves, we're not exempting it from Chapter 343. There are 3 ways to comply with Chapter 343. One is to do an EIS, one is to do an EA, and then the third is to prepare an exemption notice for activities that aren't impactful. So as you might know, Chapter 343 is always triggered by the use of state land or state funds, which anytime the department does an action, Chapter 343 is triggered. But there are certain actions that don't warrant the necessity of preparing an environmental study. And this is one of those actions based on the exemption declaration that we prepared. Secondly, I think the Kohala Center, and I'll let them talk a little bit more, but they have worked very closely with the Kailapa board members in the past to make sure that their activities are consistent with what the community association leadership would like to see happen in the community. So maybe they can speak a little bit more about their relationship with the association.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Mia Akala Claire. I'm from the Kohala Center. Mahalo for having us here today. I can speak a little bit about our relationship with the Kailapa board. So we meet with them actually monthly, regularly, and we've been participating with them in some cultural surveys that they are conducting on both the Mauka and the Makai properties. They've been working with Noho Papa and UH to do some LiDAR studies and drone surveys of cultural sites down Makai, and then a college professor named Michael Graves to survey up Mauka. So that's been our number one priority, is to make sure that we're considerate of all of the cultural sites on property. And then we also worked closely with, I believe Andrew had set it up for cultural surveys to monitor some of the fence work that was done near the community in close proximity to some of the cultural sites. So they actually surveyed or monitored some of the fence activity that took place in that area to make sure that we avoided cultural sites in the area. So definitely one of our highest priorities to consider that and work with the community.
Thank you. We have questions now from David, and then we'll go to Randy.
I think Randy was first, Chair.
Okay, thank you for yielding. Randy first.
Yeah, again, not to diminish what Commissioner Nevis read to us about concerns regarding trespassing and other what sounds like criminal activity and the frustration of our beneficiaries, because that's something that occurs across the state. And it's certainly familiar to me in the form of a complaint in these wild and remote areas such as Kahiki Nui. That's an ongoing concern and ongoing opportunities for generating complaints. But I think that has less to do with putting up a fence and more to do with the department's inability to provide the enforcement capacity that's needed to address these concerns. So it's kind of like a separate issue from what it is we're looking at today. And I do think that the fence does more to protect our cultural sites for a number of reasons. One of them being that if it provides a model for managing feral ungulates, we should also acknowledge that feral ungulates also contribute to the destruction and degradation of our cultural sites, because they are moving in very large numbers, and wild cattle, they're big animals. Goats, they also move in very large numbers. So, you know, they're a contributing factor to the degradation of our cultural sites. So I continue to feel that any step forward to help protect, preserve, and bring back our cultural sites in this case, native reforestation, create opportunities for watershed protection. I just think and believe that these are things that we should be supporting. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. David?
Thank you. I think what we need to realize that in addition to what we may consider to be cultural sites like house sites or other structures in the area, this whole area from here towards Kohala was like the breadbasket of this western end. And if you read, Pat Kirch's book that he did, his study of the area, it's very clear that there was intensive dryland agriculture all the way across those whole Kohala slopes. And, so when you're talking about protecting the cultural resources, you also have to talk about those planting areas as well, because the old Hawaiians, I mean, they made extensive uses of those areas. And so, that's part of the rub as far as what do we protect and what do we bring back? You know what I mean? Because if, I don't know that you're going to bring back the planting areas, but it does impact that discussion. So I think that we have to review that pretty carefully. But I'm sorry, but I don't agree with Andrew's analysis of chapter 343, because I think if you're going to enclose this entire area and leave the goats in, that clearly is going to have a negative environmental impact on the land. And I don't think you can get around that with an exemption letter, quite frankly. I mean, I know we do our own EAs and I know we do our own exemption letters, but I would not be in favor of an exemption letter that made that statement that it'll have minimal or no significant negative impact on the environment if we don't take care of the ungulates that are causing that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, David, would you feel more comfortable if there was a commitment to come up with a plan to remove the goats that are in the potential area to be enclosed?
I think it's probably better to do it in steps. So if we were going to say, look, this part has been enclosed, we're going to put an intermediate fence so they can no longer go Mauka of this. And if it's going to be done in stages, I think that gives us some time to address the issues with, what to do with the goats that we're bringing out. But I don't think that's Kohala Center's kuleana. I think that's our kuleana going forward. So, and so I appreciate, Kohala Center's efforts and everything that they've done. And I don't want to denigrate that effort at all, but I just think it's incumbent on the department and the commission to have a plan of what are we going to do. And so as long as we have a plan, I'm fine with it. It's just moving forward and no plan, then what do we do?
Okay. Other commissioners or Cooley, did you want to respond to that, or Kohala Center?
So the template came from 2018 when we asked for the exemption. So the action is pretty much complete for the for the exemption of the chapter 343. But so I really see what you mean, Commissioner Kapu, and there was never the intention to create a goat pen. Yeah, so it's never the intention to create a goat pen. Out here, they've had goat removal from adjacent properties, and I don't want to put the blame on anyone else, but we have rich houses on one side and other things on other sides, and they kind of all end up on DHHL land. So we kind of got stuck with all of these displaced animals. I mean, it was never the intention, but I do so I do definitely see your concern and your point. But The exemption was more in the beginning of the project to start the construction. The exemption for the Chapter 343 process.
Okay, so we still have a motion. Well, Randy?
Please, yeah, sorry. Kuli, I have a question. I don't know if it's contained in the proposal, but have we begun the construction of the fence? And if not, how long do you anticipate it will take to complete?
So we've done 12 miles of fence. There is a so there is a possibility this year to do a little additional fencing to create an area, since the whole area is not free of goats, to create like maybe a 20-acre area is a possibility. We can create a small area adjacent to fee simple TKC property and our boundary to restore an area. We still have koia and some native plants in a riparian area right along the gulch. There is so the boundary fencing is pretty much complete, the 12 miles, but there is a possibility in this year with the remaining funding to create a smaller unit to show to help them restore, but also to show the community what restored forest in this area will look like, kind of like a pilot project.
Okay, okay, got it. So, and you said that's 20 acres.
Possibly, it's still a discussion.
And so when we for purposes of this discussion, when we talk about doing things in steps, so if, for example, we create quadrants within the fenced area and we keep expanding that way, the challenge for the department is that gets very costly, right? To purchase more fencing material. So I guess another way, I'm thinking of this another way, is might it be equally beneficial to consider using that 20 acres to herd animals into that area and then use that site to do meat distribution as an experiment and try to reduce the populations in the larger surrounding area, if that might be an experiment that's worth trying.
There are some areas kind of set up already for trapping of goats. It's just a matter of us getting down and making those making those decisions and moving forward. There are some areas that down close to the community where the goats kind of move makai that are you know, so there are also opportunities for infrastructure for goat capture. But the area we're talking about, Mauka, is it wouldn't be really suitable for that.
Okay. Okay, and so the ungulates are the biggest problem in that area is the goats. Is that correct, Kuli?
I would say so. So ultimately, so erosion on the reefs is the biggest issue, and goats, I would say, are the biggest contributor, definitely.
Okay. And then on item 3, I'm curious, you said adopting lessons learned from Pelekane Bay and USGS research. What are those lessons you're referring to?
So I'll speak real briefly to them and to that, and then pass it on to our partners on TKC. But basically, so Pelekane Bay was fenced off, and the majority of the goats have been removed. And they've done a lot of erosion control efforts there, and it's the adjacent property owned by Queen Emma Trust. You want to add anything to that, Amia?
So
I'm actually going to have, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was actually going to ask Jake Merkel. He's our field supervisor to pipe in on that. He's been involved in that project. Jake, are you available?
Hey, Jake.
Hey, aloha everyone. Can I ask the host of Zoom meeting to turn on my video?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Right on.
Hey, we see
Mahalo.
you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. So as Mia was saying, my name is Jake Merkel. I'm the on the ground field supervisor for the fencing crew. And yeah, I actually worked on the next watershed over the Kauai 2 watershed, the Pelikane Bay watershed on Queen Emma land. I worked on that project years ago, and we're seeing the results of that fence that went around the perimeter of that project. You know, walking down the fence line that divides Kauai 1 and Kauai 2 watersheds, you see on the, you know, one side of the fence line where there's not very many goats left, you know, the vegetation is bouncing back, native vegetation along with some non-native pasture grasses. And then, you know, on the other side, on the side that's towards Kailapa community, it's just barren rock and soil. So it's just really depressing to see, you know, what's taking place on the DHHL property. There's way too many goats on that property right now, and we really need to figure out a way to get rid of them. So TKC is also, through their funding, we're also obligated to remove goats on DHHL property. And that doesn't mean that we are held to removing them on our own, but we need to assist removing, I think, Mia, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're supposed to remove at least 2,000 goats from that DHHL property once the fencing is complete. So, you know, it's in everyone's best interest to, you know, remove those goats as soon as possible. And you really can't do that without the perimeter fencing and some interior fencing. As Kuli mentioned, there are some areas that are set up to trap out goats. One of those areas is adjacent to the Kailapa community, and you can herd the goats down or alongside Honokoa Gulch and down towards the Kailapa community. And there's a proposed trap site that the Kailapa community has actually come to us and suggested that that site would be the best. One, because it's a good spot for access and to access the trap, and whoever can, you know, get permission to remove the goats live or vice versa in other ways, it's a good location. So the Kohala Center does have a really good relationship with majority of the Kailapa community. And like, as was mentioned before, we have good communication with the board. So yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, a few things about the project. The perimeter fence is mostly complete, and also the fence that goes around Kailapa community, there's a separate fence that keeps the goats from accessing right into people's yards. So so yeah, if there's any other questions for that are relevant to the on the ground stuff, you know, go ahead and send them my way. Thank you.
Jake, one quick question. Excuse me, Randy. If you were to be given the go-ahead to remove goats, let's say in 2 months, how many goats would you be able to remove?
In 2 months, if we had the complete go-ahead and we had the complete understanding with whoever is in the community that, you know, I think that there's a lot of members that want to help out with that. And since they're on site, it would be really efficient for them to monitor the traps and help with trapping operations. I don't think that we would have any problem with removing, gosh, at least 200 to 300 goats in those 2 months. I don't think it'd be difficult at all. The goats are crossing down through Honokoa Gulch down below the highway. They walk underneath the bridge and they're accessing the property that is on the Makai side of the highway below Kailapa. And the last time I was down there visiting that site with the community, they pointed out at least 50 or 60 goats that were running away from us a short distance away. And those same goats could have been directed into the trap directly without even much effort. So, they're using this culvert basically underneath the highway, and, it's a funnel point. It's a natural funnel point.
Okay, and for that project, as far as assisting with the removal of the goats and completing fencing on the adjacent property, were you required to work with DLNR?
We haven't worked with DLNR. I don't think we have been required to. I actually used to be a DLNR employee, and the wildlife folks out of Lalamilo, really, from talking to them directly one-on-one, they don't want to have anything to do with the goats down in that area. They just want to stay out of it. They have enough on their hands, they say, with the wildlife.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Randy?
Yeah, so I'm when I hear lessons learned, I always think it's the result of some failure. I'm glad to hear it's the result of success. So what's being described is a project that's been completed, and you see the benefits of what it has become. And as a result, by replicating that, we can continue to reap the benefits of success by utilizing similar practices. So I'm glad to hear that. Similar to Maui, next to Kahikinu, we have several projects that have been fenced in for that purpose, and the forest is rebounding. There's plantings combined with seed bank that's already in the ground. And when there's nothing to eat it or destroy it, it starts to come up naturally. So I think that offers us hope. But Jake, I have a question. Is there any information on the size or the population of the goats that are in this area?
I think the only information that I have was a estimate of the population done a few years back by the Kohala Watershed Partnership Coordinator, Cody Dwight. He did a flyover with a helicopter, and they did some kind of zigzag transect work trying to estimate the population. And I think, he was saying that there could be somewhere in the range of 5,000 to 6,000 goats in the whole DHHL property, and that was years ago. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's at least that now, or maybe even more. I walked from the upper highway up by Kahua Ranch. I walked from the upper highway down to Kailapa community one day with a couple members of my crew, and it was just mind-boggling how much goats there were on the entire walk. From as soon as we jumped the fence and walked all the way down along the north side of Honokoa Gulch all the way to the Kailapa community, we saw thousands of goats the whole time, and they were coming in and out of the gulch as we were walking. And as soon as we thought the herd was done coming out of the gulch, we'd walk 200 or 300 feet down, and there'd be more coming out. It was just it's like I said, it was mind-boggling. I have some videos of that.
Yeah, to your point, Jake, it's highly likely that the herd has grown probably significantly in the years that survey was done, just because of their reproduction rate is relatively high. And so Kuali'i, my question is, as part of our long-term planning for ungulate management control, is there any discussion or consideration about doing a more recent survey so that the department can start thinking about what's the minimum requirement of animals that need to be removed each month in order to come up with, in order to hit the goal of proper ungulate management to bring back the forest. I don't see Kuali. Did we lose him?
Yeah, I don't see him either, but while we try to get a hold of him, yes, I mean, funding not be a problem, we could certainly do those things, but I think there's a more fundamental question, and I think I heard it in David's call to action, so to speak. So we know that we have in Kauai High an environmental, I won't use the word crisis, but an environmental problem. So what I personally, as the chair and a commission member, would feel comfortable with is hearing other commissioners sort of mana'o on, okay, well, if we have this problem, to what level is the commission willing to move forward with a removal plan or a management plan of which this fencing is part, because there will be pushback, but there are, it is an emergency, a crisis, however you want to describe it. We have a problem that needs serious direction from the commission, and the commission has to be willing to take the criticism that's going to come from what really the action that needs to be done. So that's I'm looking to commission members to see how much tolerance there is for pushback from the action that actually needs to be done in order to address this problem. So I will open it up while we wait for Kuali'i to come. Randy, I saw your hand up for a while.
Yeah, I was to your point, William, I totally agree that it's important to hear from the commissioners about where they stand on these issues. I do think that as part of in moving forward in an ungulate management plan, knowing how many animals are present is also critical to the actual management plan. But as you were speaking, I took my hand down because I would agree we should ask the commissioners how they feel about even getting started, even moving forward.
Thank you, Randy. Other commissioners?
Yeah, here. Chair.
Russell, go ahead, Russell.
Chair. Okay.
Or Zach?
Yeah.
Let's go, Russell. Sorry, the hands are coming up slowly, so Russell and Mike, if you could hold off, because Zachary had a comment, but he didn't have his hand up, but he was first. So Zach, and then Russell, and then Mike.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, you know, for this concern for the removal of these goats, you know, I think there needs to be a lot more effort as far as community involvement, and I'm not sure how many members are with the TKC, but you know, as much as possible, get as much people involved to come up with, you know, different ideas from the community to get them involved to, you know, assist in the removal of these ungulates, and you know, and that's how we do it on this island on Molokai, because we got issues with the deer issue on Molokai. So, and what's happening is it's a totally a community effort where we all get involved and come out with the right plan. And I think that's, to me, it's something that we should look into. Besides DHHL, besides if you're going to contract someone to get rid of these goats, I think, maybe there's people that want to just go out there and, volunteer, and so forth to assist the removal of these goats. So that's my my comment. I just wanted to say that I think we need to get more people involved in this area. And another question that I have, Chair, and maybe Kahana. So this 8,000 acre that's fenced, is there the adjacent lands that's around this area is that private land, or do we still have DHHL land around these areas, or it's just private lands that's surrounded in this
I
fenced
believe
area?
it's private lands. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cooley, if you're on still yet. I believe it's private land. We have Kohala Ranch on the northern side, and on the southern side, I'm not sure. Oh, Queen M on the southern side.
So are these lands are vacant? It's open. It's what is it? Is it
The Kohala Ranch side, maybe Commissioner Kapu can kind of describe that.
Rich people in the subdivisions. There are a number of subdivisions in there, but the Kohala Ranch area is primarily wealthy people. The houses are well over $1 million in that subdivision.
Gonna assume they don't eat wild goat.
They also may want to be part of the goat culture and the goat luau's.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Ghana.
Yep. Okay, Russell was next, and then Mike, and then Patty.
Chair, you were asking for our personal comment. I agree with Commissioner Awo that we're called to protect the AINA and to basically take the criticism and deal with it. But I wanted to ask you if you could summarize what is the opposition, or what are the different groups that would be opposing what we'd be doing?
From what I've heard from past meetings in community, you have a group of mostly non-beneficiaries, hunters, who see this as a resource, and they see the removal of animals that they hunt as a threat to their lifestyle. It always boils down to, can you have an area that you manage but still remove other areas and place protections on them to restore, native forests, native plants, restore the watershed, because that comes with the restoration. So you always have those. Then you have, I think, a subset. I'm sharing with you my sort of my assessment. Then you have some beneficiaries who are, well, all of the benefits from the removal of these animals have to come to either the department or the homestead association. So there'll be some pushback from them if the move is so big and so fast that the beneficiaries of that area don't have an opportunity to share in the benefits of the harvest, so to speak. In my experience as the chair of DLNR, if you're serious about restoring the watershed, if you're serious about restoring native plants, you have to have a fenced area. There can be no ungulates in there, and that is the only way that you're going to restore that area. I personally don't believe that you can have an area that's restored and still have game mammals. You can have a game mammal hunting area, but it's not going to be restored. And maybe in the future, there needs to be a balance of these. But I think in terms of kailapa and the amount of goats and the amount of soil that's, affecting the reef, I think we need to have bold, big steps if we're actually going to get past the lip service and actually get to some results. And that's why I'm asking, because the commission is, the commission may get criticized, but it's the department that's going to take the brunt of any action.
And it's going to be both beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries, but primarily people who want to hunt.
Yes. And that's statewide. It isn't just for this area. It's a statewide situation.
Okay.
Okay.
My personal is that we take the bold action and face the criticism and objection, and then pass forward a clean slate to future commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, commenting on your question, I too definitely am prepared to take the criticism. It is definitely this commission's responsibility to look out for trust lands and make the proper decisions regardless of criticism. I mean, we're going to get it from all areas, and you hit the nail. It's not just Kailapa. I mean, we got Maui, right? We got Humu'ula, and I've seen some pretty heated discussions about Humu'ula, and so I definitely support moving forward and taking bold actions along the lines with what Commissioner Kauku says and Kauku Awo. And I think just to kind of reiterate, a big part of it really is the enforcement side, like what Commissioner Awo mentioned earlier. And anyway, that's my position, and looking forward to us addressing this.
Thank you, Mike. Your background sounds exactly like my house without the turkey. Got the dogs barking, the pigs oinking, the chickens clucking. I don't have turkeys. You may have inspired me to go get some.
The only thing I don't have is goats.
Okay. Patty?
What was that? Turkeys? Yeah, farm over there. Okay, so anyway, just listening to everyone, I also will agree to support the effort of what DHHL and of the fencing and restoring the area. I don't think we're going to get criticism. I think we're just going to get slammed a little bit, but you know, that's something. So I know you mentioned, Chair, it's not a crisis, but it's a problem. But if we don't handle the problem, it can turn into a crisis later. So I had to balance myself and look at it that way too. The protection of restoring native plants, restoring everything that we need to restore in that area. And I think it's a very bold and good decision as a team that we're doing today. For instance, in our area, Kahe Point, I know, Mr. Chair, you're familiar. It took time, but we did add that fence to restore Kahe Point in our area, you know, and it's doing well. People understand why we had to restore that area from our reefs not getting damaged, and the plants that are restored. DLNR did a very good job in doing our area in Oahu, in Waianae. And so with that, I will support my fellow commissioners, and I know they voiced a lot of great comments. I respect all of those comments, and also the comments from staff, because you're on the front line, you know, you see everything, what's going on. And so I respect all your hard work and effort in restoring and preserving all our forests and our environment. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for this time.
Thank you, Patty. Other commissioners?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Pauline.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I totally support this proposal to move forward. In fact, I very much would want to do that. I think that we don't do it enough. And I think that whatever criticism comes back, I'm confident that the research and the plan that will be put in place by the staff will be enough for us to have a foundation for that criticism. So I fully support this.
Thank you, Pauline. Just pausing if any other commissioners want to add on before we move on to the vote. Okay, see no hands up on the screens. I will entertain a motion to approve. Oh, Randy's. Your
No,
screen just came on, but that may be just ambient noise. Sorry.
I was just getting ready to say so moved, but you can finish your sentence.
Oh, thank you. We'll stop at the so moved. We need a second.
Second, I second.
We moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? No one opposes. Thank you very, very much. The folks from Kohala Center, mahalo nui for hanging in there with us and sharing your mana'o.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
We're gonna take one more F4, and amazingly, it deals with ungulates, but on a different island. And then after that, we'll take a short break, and then it'll be time for exec session. So,
Anybody else on? You want them to be on, Joe?
Shoot.
Stephen Cowley isn't part. Okay, Justin for now. Yeah. Okay, item number 4, commissioners. LMD is requesting recommends the approval to issue a right of entry permit to the Molokai Hunting Club, Ho'olehua, Pala'au, Molokai. The purpose for issuance of the permit is to conduct access deer management. Approval of the right of entry is subject but not limited to the following conditions as listed. Any questions? I have our agent staff here with me, Shelly Carrera, who's overseeing this right of entry.
For some quick background, commissioners, the situation on Molokai with a prolonged drought resulted in many deer dying in homesteads near the road, behaving in ways that there were quite a few. I'm hearing motor vehicle accidents with deer. And so the governor passed an emergency proclamation as part of the solution to the issue of deer on Molokai right now and the overpopulation of deer and the deer starving. The Molokai Hunting Club approached, asked for funding and approached the department for a way to participate in removing unhealthy deer on DHHL lands that are not currently leased to anyone. So our lands that are managed by LMD, they can still partner with beneficiaries with leases, but they would have to obtain permission from them. They're provided us with proof of insurance, and they have been doing these activities on a limited right of entry, but because their funding and the situation continues through the end of the fiscal year, I believe, we're asking for a more permanent ROE for the Molokai Hunting Club to continue the operations,
Right,
as long as the funding continues.
and the request for the right of entry is to expire June 30th this year. An ability to expend the funds that they've received through the Maui County.
And then do we have somebody from them?
We have somebody from the Molokai Hunting Club, yeah.
Yeah, so Justin, would you like to add anything before we take questions from the commissioners? You might be muted, bro. Or did we just lose you? Oh, okay.
Chair.
Okay, I think we're having challenges with audio with him right now. But Zach?
Yeah, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kahana. Yes, I do support the approval of the issue of the right of entry. I think it's necessary to complete its project because we're very much aware of this problem that we have on Molokai. So it's taking some time, so they're going to need more time to complete their project. So I'd like to encourage all of the commissioners to support this proposal for right of entry for another month. Is that correct, Hannah? It's for another month?
2 months.
2 months.
2 months.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm aware of the concerns that we have on the island, and, I'm experiencing that same problem near my homestead. So it's pretty much the central island of Molokai and moving forward to the west side. That's where the problem is pretty much targeted. So yeah. So and the thing is, though we have had some rain recently, and so there's more vegetation for the deer population. So that's a good thing. But we do still have that issue where there's too much of this deer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. And in fact, I think, again, my personal opinion, based upon, having to help manage ungulates in my previous job. Again, it was the issue, not only in Molokai, but on Maui. Justin, we're still trying to work out your audio stuff. I see you waving, but we can't hear you. It is again, this conflict between those who have a hunting lifestyle and those who would like to see more management. That's my assessment of how we got to the current situation on Molokai and Maui with the access deer. And so I also want to let the commissioners know that the department has partnered with other state agencies and the county agencies on the island of Molokai to have some pits dug to actually bury a lot of the animals that have died because of it, and thereby stopping the spread of disease. So we've been very cooperative in terms of handling this particular crisis, and we'll call it a crisis because other folks have called it a crisis on the island of Molokai. And sorry, Justin, we just cannot hear you. We can see you, but we can't hear you. I'm sorry? Yeah, Randy?
Yeah, so I think I want to start with when Molokai can come to consensus that they have a deer problem. That's pretty meaningful. They must have a problem. My question is, Kahana, you mentioned something about county funds. I think I heard you say that. So my question is, I know that the county of Maui had put out a $900,000 grant to be divvied up by the various islands for ungulate management control. So are you referring to that grant?
Correct.
And was that grant awarded to the Molokai Hunting Club?
It was awarded to the Molokai Humane Society for the Molokai Hunting Club, and the amount was $197,800.
Okay. Okay, so do we know what happened to the balance since there was 300,000 per island?
If you look at your submittal, it has a breakdown of the amounts that was divvied up by the Maui County.
Okay, I'm sorry. I should always look at the submittal before I ask the question.
It's Exhibit F, the last page.
Okay.
I'm on now.
Hey, hold on, Justin. Just hold on 1 second. We're trying to answer a question for Commissioner Awo.
Oh, please, Lord.
Okay. Did we answer his question?
You get that, Commissioner Wu?
I do. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, Justin, if you could, just give us a brief, sort of update on where you folks are, what you've done.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me now. I apologize about that. My name is Justin Luopalemana. I'm the president of the Molokai Hunting Club. So what we as a Molokai Hunting Club, we want to ask for an extension on our right of entry. We are right now we acquired a grant from the Maui County, and it was to help with the feral animal management of the axis deer population. So we're asking for an extension. The grant goes from April 1st through June 30th, and we're asking for extension. Our ends at the end of the month. So we would like to extend it through June 30th. And we would also want to just establish a positive working relationship with DHHL to help and be proactive and just controlling the deer population here on Molokai. Right now, we're working on the unencumbered lands of DHHL up in Holehua and Pala'au. And we have about 80 members, and all of us are volunteers. So we volunteer with about 80 members, and all the deer that we remove, that we control, all the meat is given back to our community. So we give all our meat back to the community for free, and we want to feed our community, take care of our community. So that's what we do as a club. We're volunteers, no services at all. We don't charge no fees. We're just Molokai people making Molokai decisions, and we want the best for our island. We do understand that there is a deer problem here. Probably even a crisis, like how you guys were saying earlier. So we just want to get to it and control the deer population.
Mahalo, Justin. I just don't want to leave the commission with the wrong impression that you guys are doing all of this, volunteer work, not costing any money. I know ammunition is expensive, which is where part of the grant money is going to.
So the grant itself doesn't cover ammunition. So what we did is that we provided all the funding from the Maui County's grant back to our community members, back to our hunters, back to the club members. We compensate them for their time, for their equipment, for their vehicles. We also set aside technologies such as a online GIS system where we can provide each landowner with the area coverage and exact points on where we are removing and dispatching an animal. So all of these type of information will be provided back to the landowners. We try to do it on a monthly basis. Our proposal itself required us to do one coordinated schedule organized hunt per week per landowner. So we are working with 7 different landowners, including you, including DHHL.
Okay, and everybody had to be a licensed hunter by the state of Hawaii, is that correct?
Yes, our bylaws and our code of conduct, we do follow all Hawaii hunting rules and regulations. So you are required, if you're doing any type of form of hunting, to have a Hawaii state hunting license. These are the type of information we provide back to the homeowner. So if they have a waiver, we provide them with a waiver, a copy of our hunting license before the hunt takes place. So we do encourage and we do support. We want to teach our younger generation and to be responsible hunters. So we try to bring along younger generations and to just help us learn. They really don't shoot or have any use of a firearm, but we get them involved in helping us to carry out the deer, teaching them how to properly remove the meat and how to take care of the meat and how to process the meat and how to cook it and provide it back, from mocha to your table, So we do educate our younger generations on how to be responsible hunters.
Okay, thank you, Justin. When you do your final report to us, I think if you are nice enough to include some recipes for venison, that would be really nice. Zachary?
Yes,
Did you want to add anything, Zachary, before we move forward?
Oh, no, I just want to say, Justin, I really, as a commissioner of Molokai, I really appreciate you and your members and the people that's involved in this removal project for the deer population. I just gotta say mahalos for all the work that you folks been doing, and I know it's not over yet, but thank you so much. But it's you're giving back too, so that's awesome. Thank you.
Mahalo, Zach. I don't see any. Well, I do see one more hand, Randy.
Yeah, a couple of things. Justin, congratulations on having been selected to receive the grant. Sounds like a really great program you have. I have a question. Has anyone done a survey on the amount of deer that's currently on the island?
That is a great question. The only current data that we have on our estimated population of the axis deer was conducted back in February of 2019. And that was by a private landowner known as Puhoku Ranch. And they only did the assessment on their properties. And with about 11,000 acres, they counted about 7,000 deers. But this was on a 2-day period that they did. It was a private landowner. They wanted to assess how many deer they have on their property. And we are working with them also. So, just in that area at that particular time, there were close to 7,000 deers at one time.
Wow.
That is the most current data we have.
It's 2 years ago.
Okay, and then your process, is it to remove just the sick and emaciated deer from the herd, or is it broader than that, bigger than that?
Good question. Right now, all the deer are very healthy. Back in the summer when the drought was in, they were skinny, they were malnourished. We as hunters, we want our deers to be healthy. We want to have healthy herds out there. But as of right now, the incentive for us as hunters is actually taking the meat, feeding our families and feeding our communities. That is our incentive. As we in the summer, we couldn't do that. Then we talk about ammunition and the wastefulness of that. So of the meat of the deer. So right now, with the deer being healthy, we encourage other landowners to provide us access, work with us. We want to work with other landowners and help to reduce the population, especially with the deer are healthy. And but the club will be here whether the deer are healthy or not. We want to help out our island. When you guys talk about restoration, we as a club, we teach our kids about native plants, invasive plants, weeds. So, everything is educational for us also as a club.
Okay, that's really good, Mana'o. I appreciate that. My final question is, do you have an approximate, given the timeline that you have, how many deer you guys might be able to to remove and distribute back to the community for food?
So right now, we did 2 hunts on DHHL property, 2 hunts on one of you guys' unencumbered lands, and we only removed 9 deers. But out of those 9 deers, it only took us 5 hours to remove that, and it was a total of about 240 pounds of meat, and that meat was distributed out to 4 families with a total people of 19 people for those 4 families. Island-wide, though, we have an estimated amount of 1,800 pounds of meat that we already distributed out to the Molokai community. We helped with, the meat was for wedding and was also for a funeral service also with those 1,800 pounds of meat. So we're actually keeping data and records on how many estimated meat that we are giving back to the Molokai community.
Okay, thank you, Justin. That's it. Mahalo.
Chair. I have
Yeah, Zachary?
Yeah,
Before we
Justin,
go to Mike.
Yeah, Justin, I have a question. So is there a preference of when you remove the deer, do you prefer removing the doe or the buck? I mean, is there
Great. That's a great question. Right now, on Molokai, you know, we're trying to change everyone's mindset. Everyone over here wants to hunt bucks. We ourselves as a club, we want to be responsible hunters. You know, the population of those surpasses bucks. But the doe meat is a lot better. It's softer, it's more tender. So we as a hunting club, we encourage, you know, our hunters to shoot the does if that is the landowner's decision. We have some landowners that just want us to target those. That's what we're gonna do. We want to work with the landowner. However, some other landowners, they don't mind buck or doe. They want us to, you know, dispatch them properly. So our main thing is that, you know, we're working with the landowner and fulfilling what they want us to do. We just want to have a positive relationship.
Thank you, Justin.
Okay, Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Justin. So just a brief comment and a statement. It sounds like this program, the Molokai Hunting Club, is doing really well and successful. And I would support Commissioner Helm and his support of it. I think one other thing is perhaps when we move forward in addressing all of these other areas like Kailapa and Humu'ula, Kahikina, wherever, perhaps, you know, the hunting club program model can be considered. Thanks.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration. The hunting that's currently going on Molokai and Maui is partly due to the emergency proclamation, which removes some of the game mammal restrictions. So just want to make sure that you're aware of that, Commissioner. Any other questions from Commissioner?
Well, just a quick add-on there, Chair. So yeah, so maybe we can get an emergency proclamation from the governor about Kailapa or other areas.
It's certainly worth considering. Yes. Other commissioners before we move on? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve staff recommendation.
So move.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Justin. You guys keep up the
Thank
good
you.
work.
I appreciate the commissioners and chair. Mahalo. Guys have a blessed day. Thank you guys very much.
Justin,
Okay,
mahalo.
Justin. Aloha.
Okay, mahalo. Commissioners, we have actually moved past the exec session and we still have the J agenda item. So I will entertain a 10-minute break and suggest that if you're hungry, maybe during the J agenda, commissioners can have something to eat. And then we've moved back the executive session to 2 o'clock for now. Okay, so 10-minute break, then we come back. Thank you.
Habitat for Humanity, the Honolulu Water Project, West Hawaii Parks and Athletic Corporation, and broadband service to our communities. So with respect to the Habitat for Humanity, I currently sit on the Habitat for Humanity Hawaii Island Board as their advisor. And as their advisor, I've been asked to report to the department regarding the Kauai High project. The Kauai High project in its pre-development stage with 5 families for Kauai High lots began early in 2017. To date, we don't know the status of that, except for the fact that in August of 2020, August 4th of 2020, so we're supposed to be recorded and the signed revised lease and docs were supposed to be mailed. Since that time, we understand that NAHASDA couldn't locate the ERR or the environmental review record. And so they were holding the bill. In March of 2021, because of the delays, the new electrical codes are required. And therefore, this may have delayed the project. I think first of all, someone could report back to Habitat for Humanity as to the status of these 5 families. And since the beginning of this process, one person had already passed away. So it goes to what I would say, the unfortunate sort of historical process by which our lessees are dying. And even as much as we are qualifying for home loans, it's taken so long to process it that they actually died during the process. So I think our overall Habitat for Humanity Hawaii Island concern is that we want to participate to build more homes for Native Hawaiians, our people, on homestead land. But we need to somehow fix this process first. Our goal at Habitat for Humanity Hawaii Island is to build 10 to 15 homes a year on Hawaii Island. To include our broader reach, I sit on as the advisory member, but we also build homes in the Hilo side. So we've taken over that region. So between West Hawaii and Hilo and throughout the island, we intend to build 10 to 15 homes. That said, we do have staff members trained to certify and complete the loan packages. Habitat does. And so we really want to partner with the department, but it's all in the department's hands now. And so we're hoping that our commissioner and the department can follow up on this matter, as it's been since 2017 to get 5 members, 5 Native Hawaiians on a build at Kauai High. Any questions on that?
All right. So Bo, I'm unfamiliar with this, but I will definitely check with the appropriate staff, and then we will provide a follow-up to you with copies to the commissioners on this issue.
We really appreciate that, Bill, because we're not sure where everything is at right now. So if we can get a status update, we really appreciate that.
Okay.
Honolulu Water Project that we are engaged in is on, we've been working on the agreement, an interim agreement. On Friday, April 23rd, we have a Zoom conference, 8:30 in the morning, with the partners and stakeholders, the County of Hawaii, the landowner, to conclude the interim agreement. We hoped to get that to the department for consideration. And we want to appreciate, Bill, thanks a lot. I know it went back and forth to you on some matters related to that agreement, and we appreciate your consult.
Okay, well, I appreciate that Andrew has, kept it to the forefront, and there were some challenging issues that needed to be worked out, but the last draft I saw, I thought we were close.
Okay, and I want to conclude that Laiopua Community Development Corporation, a nonprofit that I represent, submitted funding for this project. Due to COVID and due to a number of other issues, we have not received any kind of response from our legislators related to the request for funding for this project. We estimate that the project is about $15 million, but we're gonna continue that campaign to seek some money. We also sent a request to Senator Kai Kahele, with the new federal funding coming down for infrastructure funding. We're hoping that we would get the department would get more consideration. Any question?
Commissioners?
West Oakland Athletic Corporation, this Friday, April 23rd at 1 o'clock, we are convening with the County of Hawaii and its consultants on a 200-acre regional park development. I bring this up because the department Village 11, 12, and I think 10 abut this regional park. And because it does, I think the department has a serious stake in the development, as well as how to coordinate some of the related infrastructure development. So we have a meeting this Friday with the County of Hawaii and their consultants on Zoom at 1 o'clock. And if the county so chooses to participate, I can provide them with the Zoom link. Then lastly, I assisted Kauai High and Kaumana Homestead Associations in the development of broadband service in their communities. Both Kauai High and Kaumana Homestead Association did receive FCC approval. However, the department contested that, and then and therefore both the associations were denied to develop its own broadband service within their community. So what I'm proposing here is that the current federal initiative to put out broadband funding across the United States and in Hawaii, in rural areas, make it right for the department to seek those funds. So it's going to require a lot of money to when you're trying to develop broadband in all of these rural areas, particularly in places like Maku'u, Kauai High, and so on, including Laiopua, which is considered a rural area. These broadband infrastructure, the broadband, backbone services, and so on. We know that given Sandwich Isles' dilemma and the loss of Sandwich Isles and its suit is now going to open up this particular broadband development in homestead communities across the state, particularly in rural areas. So we asked the department to come up with a plan to engage our communities, maybe to seek our consult about how this thing is going to unfold. Because while the department has received FCC approval for broadband development on homestead lands across the state, we haven't seen any action by the department as to how they're going to proceed with this initiative.
Okay, Bo, the department with approval from the commission has actually hired a consultant, and the consultant is in the due diligence phase to have an inventory of existing broadband components. And so once that is done and we have a recommendation from the consultant on how to meet the requirements of the license, we will be sure to present that both to the commission and to likely we'll hold it in an open commission meeting like this where all beneficiaries are able to see what the plan is for the licensed areas.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we look forward to participating and playing a part, if necessary, with the department in bringing broadband or better broadband services in our community.
Okay. The timeframes are very short and very complicated. So we'll let you know as soon as we're able to get our consultants to present the plan.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Bo, and Commissioners, just bear with us. We had a screen pop up that we're unfamiliar with right now. Thank you. Next up is Stephen Cowie, agenda item J2, and he's being admitted now. Aloha, Stephen. Are you with us?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, while we deal with the technical challenges, is Matthew Kakalia available, J3?
Yes, available. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed with sharing with the commissioner your concern.
Yes, available. Awesome. Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed with sharing with the commissioner your concern.
Available. Awesome. Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Wait, can we ask you to stop for a second? Are we having both of them converse at the same time?
No, that was.
Wait, can we ask you to stop for a second? Are we having both of them?
Something is replaying.
Okay, Matt, can you proceed but speak a little slower, please? Stop for a second.
It sounds like it's on repeat.
Okay, Matt, can you proceed but speak a little slower, please?
It sounds like it's on repeat.
Okay, Matt, can you? All right, Matt, we're having some technical challenges. Would you mind hanging up and dialing back in again?
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. She should be ready.
Okay, your recommendation is to invite Blossom. Blossom, can you hear us? We're having some challenges with the previous two J agenda items, so we're just moving over to you until we can get the technical aspects done. Are you prepared to speak, Blossom?
Are we having issues?
Yes, we are. So hold on one second. Blossom?
Hi.
Yeah, so you're on now. Would you mind proceeding? Okay, you muted, Blossom. Hi, Blossom. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but yeah, I think we're okay. So let me just get started if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. So hello, Chairperson, members of the commission. Mahalo for the opportunity to once again sit before you to share several opportunities for the continuation of developing new relationships with the trust. It's been a long 12 months since we're able to sit before you to speak. And so I just wanted to extend my appreciation to Cedric for allowing us, for making this happen. I also want to extend my sincere appreciation to you, Mr. Chair, and to the commitment of your amazing staff at the department to stay the course. And while things have been delayed due to the impact of COVID, the department continues in their efforts to serve our beneficiaries in all matters. And for that, mahalo for continuing to move our projects forward. But
Thank you, Blossom. Okay. All right, the electrons are not being cooperative today, so.
okay, would you like me to hang up and dial in again? Would that work?
You're working now, we can hear you. So please proceed.
Okay, so.
And how you...
Okay, so for the past 8 months, I've had the privilege of working with beneficiary leaders in Hana, Ke'anai Wailuanui, as well as in Anahola. And I'm happy to be able to inform you that these 3 organizations, I'm not muted. Can I continue, Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're kind of like, there's a,
You're breaking in and out is what we're experiencing.
all right.
Okay, Blossom, while we try to figure out what the issue is, if you wouldn't mind holding, we'll go back to J agenda item J2. And Stephen Cowie is on. So Stephen.
Yeah, Chair, could we just, could someone be just ahead of us? I'm just waiting for another counterpart shortly, sir.
Was that Stephen? What was his
Yeah.
request? We're having some challenges with Blossom. We had challenges with you. You're on, so please proceed.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay, Commissioners, aloha kako from the island of Kauai. Obao Stephen Kunani Kauai, President of Malama Anahola, representing our board members. I'm waiting for my counterpart. Assisting me today in our presentation is Kamealoha Hano Hano Pa Smith, Secretary of Malama Anahola. I'm a beneficiary as my late father, Wilfred Kaimi Kauai, accepted a Department of Hawaiian Homes lease number 3627 for 3766 Makaya Road on February 21st, 1966. Today, my ohana still resides there. I would like to mahalo our Commissioner, Mr. Dennis Neves, who I have met personally in meetings discussing this proposal of Anahola Mauka, removal of the Albizia stumps, and beneficiary stewardship and management land issues. In brief, Malama Anahola Hanau as a result of Malama Aina Makai. Commissioner Neves, along with beneficiaries at that time, Sherry Cummings and Ohana, wanted to protect the Makai shorelines from homelessness, illegal activities, abandoned vehicles, and so forth. Then came COVID-19. As a result, today, Hanau Malama Anahola, caring for Mauka and Makai. We're here today focusing on Mauka. Green Energy have been up Mauka cutting the albizia trees for approximately 14 months. They are projected to complete their scope of work possibly by September of 2021. This past Saturday, I spent some time up Anahola Mauka with one of our board members, Mr. Frank Cummings, surveying the area of the ongoing work. As we drove through, the beauty would captivate anyone's imagination on the importance to Malama the Aina. Commissioners, I'm also aware of the master plan for that area as well, and hope our presentation will complement preserving the integrity of the Aina. This portion here, I was going to turn it over to our secretary. While I kind of chime in, Chair Ayla, regarding that PowerPoint presentation, can you give us a quick few minutes just to get this organized? One moment, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Commission members, just bear with us as we deal with the changeover. Blossom is going to take a while.
Yeah.
Oh. Do we have the person that? Do we have the person who's he referred to that's going to?
You're sitting next to him.
Is she in the waiting room?
No, I think it's
One moment, Chair.
All right.
We're trying to link in right to the PowerPoint picture, sir. One moment.
Okay, do we need to share screen with him? Okay.
Share screen.
All right, stand by, commission members. And thank you for your patience, Matt and Blossom. So thank you.
Huh? You know what? I cannot. It doesn't allow me to give him. It doesn't allow me to give him.
Yeah, hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello, Mike. Wait.
Yes, Stephen, we can hear you, but we
Hello?
don't see the presentation. We can hear you.
Yeah, you can. Then you're the host.
Hello, Chair Ayla. Can you folks
Yes.
hear us?
Yes, Stephen, hold on one second.
Hello?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, are you able to put your PowerPoint up?
Yeah, we're trying to get it on, but it's not allowing us to. I just thought we went through this. The screen, maybe. Yeah. Is that one? Is that the one? Oh, no, not that one. Okay, one moment here. We're just trying to figure out which one.
Okay.
Okay, wait. No, you lost them.
All the technology on our side says you should be able to put up your PowerPoint. Okay, did we lose them?
No, they're still there.
All right.
Okay.
To share, we're just trying to figure out which program we need to use in order to share this with you. Microsoft SharePoint, we'll try that one. Or Google Drive. We'll try Microsoft. Yeah. If not, then
Is it a PowerPoint?
Stephen, is it a PowerPoint?
We just go and yeah, but we are having some technical PowerPoint up to.
Okay, I'm sorry that we're having some technical difficulties. Can you describe it for us?
Okay.
What the proposed
we're
project
fine.
or action is?
Can you folks hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Can you folks hear us now? That's okay.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great. We're just gonna move forward with the presentation without the slides. We're not sure. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty on our side. So, sorry about that. So go ahead. Okay. Chair.
Yes.
We just wanted to make mention that our presentation today to the commissioners is regarding Malama Anahola. Malama Anahola was organized in October of 2020. And our intention is to work with the different agencies to improve the overall well-being of the Native Hawaiian community through research, training, and projects. Who we are: DHH beneficiaries controlled nonprofit. We work for local and share state youth programs, government, nonprofit agencies, and communities. Who would like to help? We help communities on Kauai develop vocational programs on state lands in native culture resource management, with a specific focus in agriculture, tourism, rural development, and conservation. We improve the overall economic and social well-being of Native Hawaiians and others in Anahola on Kauai. We partner with others to develop like projects and programs on the other islands throughout Hawaii. Quickly, our vision statement. Our vision is to partner with state entities to appropriately manage the culture and natural resources on former Crown lands and current DHHL lands as well. The current projects, Malama Anahola is soliciting funding support for the following programs. The first one is Manakai Aina Kopuna up in Kalalau Valley Restoration. Number 2 is Malama Ola o Kehau, East Side Green Waste Debris Cleanup. Number 3 is the Kahu Malama Program, Culture Resource Management, Vocational Training. Number 4 is Malama no Ke'ai Me'ai Program, which is a food sustainability project. Our current request today, Chair, and the rest of the commissioners, is the route of entry permit to Green Energy Team LLC, that one-time Albizia removal cleanup with no replanting. This permit process, as you folks are well aware of, was to remove and with no replanting. This permit process was established in September 17, 2019. Malama Anahola would like to begin removal of the Albizia stumps from the above tax map key location, which you can't see it, but I'm sure you folks are familiar with that project up Anahola Mauka, in order to preserve the area from the continuance of these invasive trees. Under the scope of the route of entry permit, the Green Energy developed no mitigation plan to our knowledge relating to the removal of the Albizia stumps that was offered. Upon approval of the route of entry, Malama Anahola would like to start the process for funding and grants. Requesting from DHHL. Number 1, insurance of the route of entry permit for 3 years. This permit will reflect the current TMK status in which Green Energy Team LLC has committed in cutting of the Albizia trees. This permit would allow for the removal of the stumps and guinea grass from the Aina as a mitigation plan for the overgrowth of the invasive species. The objective, phase 1, focusing on a small area of the Aina, approximately 100 acres for removal. The mitigation plan is projected to remedy the overgrowth by determining the cost analysis by approaching through a workforce development of homesteaders from the Anahola area, affording them the opportunity to participate is important in our mission. Okay, one moment. Like I mentioned a few minutes ago, I had the chance to go up to Anahola Mauka with Mr. Frank Cummings and took a look at the area currently. I took some pictures as well. I seen firsthand the stumps are there. I've noticed the vegetation has obviously grown since the time they cut the Albizia trees. The roadways are obviously built very well for the trucks to go in and out. And we're here today, Malama Anahola, for the purpose of a route of entry to be part of the process and try to maintain the integrity of the Aina currently up Anahola Mauka. I know Mr. Nevis, the commissioner from Kauai, is apprised of this. As I mentioned, I did meet with him numerous times regarding Anahola Mauka and what needs to be done there. So our approach is to is to approach it in a very small fashion and try to be successful in looking at the cost analysis and try to mitigate, have a plan so that those invasive trees doesn't continue to flourish up Mauka. And I thank you for your time, Chair Ayla and the rest of the commissioners. I'd like to thank our representative, Mr. Dennis Neves. We have spent time regarding subject matters in relationship to Anahola Makai, Anahola Mauka, but today's presentation is focusing directly on Anahola Mauka for the right of entry. And we thank you, Chair, and the rest of the commissioners for your time in listening to our proposal. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I'll go to Commissioner Neves first.
Yes, thank you, Stephen, for your presentation. Could you explain to the committee, to the chair and the commission, where you plan on getting your workforce from?
Okay, the workforce, we would prefer the workforce to come from the beneficiaries in Anahola, those that reside at that location. In the proposal also, because some of the process of removing of the stumps would probably take some expert contractors that they may have come from the homestead or the contractors outside of that geographical area that is familiar with removal of the stumps. Because on Kauai, there are a few contractors that have expertise in removing those stumps recently because some of the photovoltaic installation on Kauai.
So this would provide a job source for our local community and possibly some apprenticeships for operating equipment and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Yes, that is correct. I have here today our secretary for Malama Anahola, Kamealoha Hanahano Pa Smith. I'd like to share in response to you, Commissioner Neves, regarding that particular question as well.
So this is Kamealoha Hanahano Pa Smith, and I'm from Anahola. I grew up on Eukai Street. My take on this is that we definitely need to link this to the larger move to re-engineer the economy so that we're also focusing on green-based technology jobs. And so the real impetus for much of this discussion to come forward to where it is today happened partially because of CV19, and the other part is that a lot of Hawaiian families have genealogical connections to the area, and everybody's trying to look for a way to reconnect to those natural and those cultural resources. And so to be engaged in a project that is steeped in our own culture through Aloha Aina, and with the use of modern technology to be able to update some of that ike, so that it has modern application, I think is an absolute good fit. And the idea and the motivation behind starting Malama Anahola and this whole work and workforce and economic development, you started out with the idea that we need to provide some meaningful and livable wage type jobs for people in our community. Yeah.
So Chair, I'd like to just, yeah, we know that. Chair, I'd like to just say that I support this Malama Anahola. It's something that we as a community need badly. And to go from stewardship to actually community building, that Kuleana land. And you know, I've talked with the department about what do we do about the stumps, what do we do about the guinea grass, and it needs to be addressed quickly before the contractor leaves, so that we can prepare that land for our Kuleana and get back to our Aina. So I fully support this presentation. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair Neves and Chair Ayla, can I say something in what Mr. Neves mentioned? I did mention a few moments ago that I did go up with Mr. Frank Cummings, one of our board members as well. As many of you know, maybe not, but Green Energy has been up there approximately 14 months. They're possibly projecting to hopefully complete that task by September of 2021. So from the main road, as Commissioner Neves would know, going Mauka, the vegetation has grown. The stumps are starting to flourish. The guinea grass starts to make its vertical spring. The vegetation grass is growing higher by each day because of the fertile land and the ua that seems to come down because of that mountain range. So equipment to go on the Aina is, we never talk about any challenges yet, but it's good challenges. But the ground is saturated, and even though if there's enough sun, that ground will take some time because the topo, if you look over, there's slopes, there's flat, there's slopes, valleys. So I cannot say anything more than there's 14 months that has gone forward from day one. And I'm talking from a very narrow perspective because our board member, Mr. Frank Cummins, is the trailblazer, who is the point person with the machine who goes forward like a scout dozer in order for them to come from the back and start to cut the albizia trees down. So from the main road going Mauka, which is a beautiful, beautiful scenery, vegetation and stumps and the guinea grass has started to flourish. So thank you very much, our commissioner, Mr. Dennis Neves, Chair Ayla, and the rest of the commissioners. We mahalo your time.
Mahalo, Stephen. Could I ask you to submit a proposal in writing that's a little bit more specific in terms of who the principals are, where the source of funding is going to come from, what type of technology you see in applying there? I mean,
yes, sir.
Do you envision a stump grinder attached to the end of a backhoe? So more specifics so that the department can vet your proposal and then bring it to the commission.
Yes, Chair Ayla, we will do that for you. I have some communication with our board member, Mr. Frank Cummins, as well. He's expert on that. I've spoken with some outside contractors who are doing that currently. And so we will get back exactly what you required today, Chair Ayla.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, Stephen. And your
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you there, Commissioner Neves.
Returning to the agenda, is Matt Kakaila available?
Kakalia.
Kakalia, sorry.
Yeah. Aloha. Aloha, commissions. I apologize for the technical challenges I had earlier and any background noise if you guys hear anything. But thank you for this opportunity to address you folks. Again, my name is Matthew Kakalia. I'm in the La'iopua homestead on the Big Island in Kona. I just wanted to address you guys. I'm not too sure if you guys got my email regarding this situation, but maybe if I can just catch you guys up on what that looks like. My father passed away. He had a DHHL lease prior to the passing. He was very sick over the past several years to the point of hospitalization. His heart, kidneys, lungs shut down on him at Queen's Hospital, January 31st. I wasn't aware of, what his affairs was with the department, and I didn't realize that an eviction was in progress. I was advised by the West Hawaii District Manager, James DuPont, to communicate with Oahu for this matter because it's no longer in his control. Not knowing who to contact, I reached out to Mr. Gilbert Fernandez, who turned me to the commission. As my father's lease has been terminated. And then, like I mentioned earlier, he was very ill during this time, and, as he would be advocating to keep our family home. But he struggled through severe diabetes, kidney issues, and like 6 strokes that affected his brain function. And I'm certain that if he was, if he was in a better situation, he would have took care of this matter. This is an out of the ordinary issue, but I'm looking to see if there's an opportunity for me to clear my father's debt with the department and keep our family home. My dad was raised on Hawaiian homelands in Oahu and Waimanalo since he was 3 as an orphan. I was raised in the Panaeva homestead on the Hilo side, and I was really looking forward to having my own place to raise my children in this homestead. But like I said, I wasn't aware of what all of this, what was taking place. And so I was just looking to see, what kind of opportunities we have. We're currently in the home right now. My sister's in her 3rd trimester of her 3rd child. I adopted her 2nd child last week from the CPS system. Not to go too much into my personal situation, but I'm just looking to see what kind of opportunities I can provide for my keikis that's up and coming. I have a 10-year-old that's currently living in the home right now, and I just wanted to address the commission before they show up to the house. And with the way that the economy is going, having to figure out this for all the kids and what we're gonna do from there. But just wanted to know if there's anything that I can do to move forward with any opportunity.
Matthew, I appreciate you bringing the situation before the commission. I do believe that there are some legal issues that need to be discussed. So I would ask that you allow us to have those legal discussions in an executive session, and then I can respond to your J agenda submittal.
Okay. All right. So is there any, so you would be the one that I'd be in contact with?
Yes, I will be in contact with you.
Okay.
Or someone from the department designated, yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you. I think that was my concern as the moment right now.
Mahalo for your patience. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, appreciate it. Aloha.
Aloha. Okay, do we have Blossom on? Oh, I'm sorry. Kekoa Inamoto, J4. Hello, Kekoa, are you with us?
Yes, Commissioner, can you hear me?
We can now.
Here we are on Maui. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Commissioner?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So, aloha mai, Hawaiian Homes Commissioners. Okay, koa inamoto keia. And and I'm representing the Maui Lanai Mokupuni Council and Pa'upena Community Development Corporation. And this is Norman Abihai. He's the president of Pa'upena Community Development Corporation. And I'm going to read my testimony, and then Norman is going to testify after me. So on behalf of these 2 organizations that I'm president of the Mokupuni Council and chairwoman of the board of Pa'upena, I want to, my goal today is to put a face to the more than 9,000 waitlisters on Maui. And this young lady, I want to introduce her. She's 39-year-old Maui native Kanani Salon Higby. The Lahaina resident is the widowed mother of 2 teenagers, has worked as a Lahaina Luna High School educational assistant for 10 years, and is a 15-year waitlister. See if I can get that. Okay, better. So anyway, this is Kanani. And on her father's side, she comes out of the Pakaki line of West Maui. In her maternal genealogy, she is of the Konohia and Kealoha lines of Ku'au on Maui's North Shore. At last Thursday's Mokupuni Zoom meeting, she noted that her mother, Delta Lapote is a 3.5-decade waitlister, and her grandfather went on the list in the 1940s. In an interview this morning, Kanani voiced concern that her mom and her mom's first cousins, all waitlisters ranging in age from 50s to the 70s, will die on the Maui waitlist without successor beneficiaries. And I'm quoting her now. I am very concerned about my second cousins that it not be for nothing, she said of their chance to become homesteaders. Quote, it's so sad when people like Tiari Lawrence cannot get onto the land, she said of Lawrence, a West Maui community leader whose mother died on the wait list. Quote, people like Tiari Lawrence just want an ag lot so she can be a farmer on her own land. So these are my thoughts on that. I am looking out for my cousins, for half Hawaiians who've got kids. They can't afford to live here, she added. So they're getting jobs on the mainland. And she said she's been a census taker every 10 years. And she said Native Hawaiians make up 20% of the population, but could constitute 40% without so many having to become expatriates. Quote, so they're completely misplaced, she concluded. Excuse me. In the context of Native Hawaiians perishing on Maui waitlists without successor beneficiaries, I ho'omahalo DHHL and the Commission for renewing discussion about the Kohia Awards program that would award leases to all waitlisters, and for hosting Zoom beneficiary consultations on the next DHHL general plan. I seek to educate and motivate our beneficiaries to partner with DHHL in updating and implementing the next general plan. The goal is to optimize access to our trust lands by Kanani, by her cousins, and by all Native Hawaiian waitlist beneficiaries. And secondly, I want to address the Commission on a statement allegedly made by Kahana Albinio, and this came to me by Tony Eaton, who is the operations supervisor here on Maui of DHHL. And she said that a beneficiary organization must apply for a land use permit to Homeland's acreage through an unspecified DHHL land use request process to be announced at an unspecified time. The latter scenario reflects gatekeeping policies that contradict the 5-page 2002 DHHL general plan, its mission to deliver lands to Native Hawaiians, and its goals and objectives. And I want to read now I want to quote 5 goals and objectives from this, the current general plan. To provide ag and pastoral commercial leasing opportunities for beneficiaries, 1. 2, to allow Native Hawaiian use of natural resources on trust lands for traditional ag and cultural purposes. 3, to provide economic opportunities for beneficiaries within areas designated for their use. 4, to empower the homestead associations to manage and govern their communities. And 5, to establish and implement a planning system that increases beneficiary participation in the development and use of Hawaiian homelands and improves communications between DHHL and the beneficiary community, unquote. So, in this vein, Norman is now going to announce, he's going to testify before the commission.
Okay, mahalo.
Wait.
Mr. Abihai, go ahead.
Okay. Mahalo, Mr. Chair. Long time no see, and mahalo to the commissioners for taking the time for us so we can sit down and kuka. My first question is about Kanola Ranch, and my second question is about application of the 5,000 acres. That kind of Kanola Ranch, we did seek counsel for because for us it's a breach of contract and it's an illegal entry and it's trespassing. So what Paupena wants to know is what you guys doing about them, because we want them out. We had a contract application. I think we filled the application about 3 times now. So We want to know what you guys are doing about it. Because we want 5,000 acres. Not Kanaolo. Kanaolo no more Hawaiian blood. We get Hawaiian blood. We the beneficiaries. We live on Maui. We are farmers and we are ranchers. We can put our cattle on that 5,000 acres. So I just like know what's happening on that. And the second question is the kind of application that we filed. How come and why we gotta submit one other application? That sounds ridiculous to me. So I just like to know why for the first one and for the second one.
Okay, so for the first one, I'll try to answer your question. So the commission approved, I believe it was either last month or the month before, a new process to go and deal with requests for land. We still are in the stage of getting some more information, background information, and sort of expertise on how to implement this new process. So I would just say, hang on to your application. Once we move along and get this process, the pilot programs started, and we're able to make it on a more regular basis, we will do so. Regarding Kanaolu Ranch, my understanding is they have been told to leave and had been told to leave months ago. So if they still have cattle in the area, has anybody confirmed cattle in the area in the last month or so? My understanding is there's no cattle in that area any longer.
Or that's your understanding. There's no
Correct.
cattle.
I mean, that's my understanding. But if there's observations that there is cattle by them or anyone else, then we will be dealing with the trespassing.
Okay, I appreciate it, Mr. Chair, and it's good to see you again.
Mahalo for seeing you. As we implement this new process, I just ask for a little bit more patience because the department just received the guidance. And so, as I said, we need to get more information, more clarification, and then we will move forward. I'm not saying that the department is and the commission is ready to lease 5,000 acres to anybody yet, but if you were on earlier, Molokai has a nice community pasture program that we are sort of looking at, but there are additional questions that were raised today by several commissioners. So my request is just be a little bit more patient as we try to work these things out.
Okay, mahalo, Mr. Chair, and mahalo to the commissioners. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mahalo. Here. Thank you so much. Aloha.
All right. Thank you, Kikwa. Ahuiho.
Ahuiho.
Next up is J5, Blossom Fatera.
Hey.
And thank you for being patient, Blossom.
Hey, listen, I am the most technologically challenged person you will ever meet, so I understand.
Okay.
Mahalo much for the opportunity, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. It's been a long 12 months without continued dialogue with my commissioners. And so I wanted to extend my appreciation to Cedric for actually making this happen. So I also want to extend my appreciation, Mr. Chair, to you and your staff, because in light of the impact of COVID, your staff remains committed to the beneficiaries and continues to move our projects forward for homesteading. And so I aloha that from you and the department. So just to, we never sit still, right? Even through COVID. So for the past 8 months, I've had the privilege of working with a beneficiary group that was formed in Hana that have been looking at the possible development of their homestead lands in Waikiu. And I'm happy to report that they're finally formalized. They are registered with the state and are under review with the IRS and are ready to move forward with their establishing a relationship directly with the department. I've also had the opportunity to speak to leaders in the Ke'anai Wailuanui area. And after 2 years of their hard work in surveying their community and talking about opportunities for homesteading, They are also now ready to move forward in establishing a direct relationship with the department. You've heard from Malama Anahola. As you can see, they're ready to go. They have been working on their plans for the Malka area, looking at what is being left behind by green energy and possibly working to clear those lands and prepare them for beneficiary use. So, we continue with our efforts in Honoko'ai to establishing an agricultural training center in keeping with the current plans for the Honoko'ai homestead development, along with our beneficiary-driven commercial development in Pulehunui. And we await the opportunity to pursue the necessary right of entry permits for these and for the Wakio CDC when the time is right. We've had several conversations with department staff, particularly Planning Manager Andrew Choi and Julie Ann Cachola on these opportunities. And I believe we're ready to move forward in formalizing any relationships with these three organizations and having more conversations on the right of entry requests. Since 2018, I've been advocating for the rescission of current vacant lots awards that have not been utilized. Hang on, I just got a request from somebody to put on my video. Okay, yeah. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so since 2018, I have been advocating for the rescission of these vacant lots that have been awarded and that have not been utilized by awarded lessees, particularly in Kahikinui and Keokea. As of late, the same concerns have been brought forth by the president of Keokea, Robin Newhouse, in relation to the current status of those agricultural lots that have been sitting empty and neglected by lessees who received these awards in 1986 and have had access to those lots since 1999. With over 4,000 beneficiaries on the Maui agricultural waitlist and over 600 beneficiaries on the pastoral waitlist, it seems wasteful to have these lots ready but not being utilized. And I understand that the commission's unwillingness to initiate these cancellation hearings at any time for any reason. However, I would say that to have the privilege of having a parcel of land available and not utilizing it in today's world is and should be unacceptable. With our current housing crisis and food sustainability challenges, these lots could and can play a role in addressing the needs of our beneficiaries as envisioned by Prince Kuhio. And I would ask the commissioner and the chair to initiate these proceedings that will put these lots in the hands of those beneficiaries that would be able to use them. Over the past few years, there have been issues and challenges being faced by our homestead communities, not just here on Maui, but statewide. Primarily criminal activities that result in both physical and emotional harm to our lessees and their families. Continued notification to the department has resulted in little to no acknowledgement or results, in large part to the inability of the department to take action via compliance and enforcement methods. And I have been told over and over the course of years that why should I say anything to the department? They don't do anything. It has become a mantra of community members and leadership that has led to an even more concerning, apathetic response and an unwillingness to continue to document and file complaints. One particular instance occurred on Maui that resulted in the theft of over $60,000 in materials and equipment that has had a severe economic impact in Keokea. Keokea Hawaiian Homes Farmland Community Association established a Keokea marketplace, and through their efforts, they were able to raise the revenue needed to acquire and construct a meeting area, an area for tents and tables, a stage area to provide music, lectures, cultural talk story opportunities. And they also acquired the equipment necessary for maintenance of the area, including gas-powered lawnmowers and weed eaters, along with the necessary supplies. The association created a place where beneficiaries from the Keokea Waihui communities could bring their produce and value-added products to market. And in addition, they also provided for workshops on farming businesses, and opportunities for Keiki to learn more about farming. When the pandemic caused a shutdown of all businesses, Keokea put their equipment away in their container as they always do on the property. When the shutdown was lifted to a certain degree, they sought to reopen the marketplace, and their entire inventory of materials and equipment was stolen. Without any revenue from the marketplace, they are unable to replace the necessary items to reopen, impacting their ability to restore economic activities for the beneficiaries and the organization. In order for them to replace tents, canopies, frames, tables, chairs that were stolen, In today's prices, $65,000 would be needed to purchase the necessary supplies and equipment taken. And if there's any way the department can assist this community with accessing funding to replace what was stolen, this community could get back on their feet and begin to generate much needed revenue and increased opportunities. A police report was generated, however, follow-up has been intermittent and only done when the association makes the request. As we seek more and more opportunities for homestead developments, it is of the utmost importance that the commission and department seek ways to invest in the development of a robust compliance and enforcement division and begin to address the issues impacting our homestead communities. It will be a long and expensive undertaking, but we need to start the process. And without that, we will see an increase in these illegal and criminal activities that will ultimately result in physical harm and property damage, along with communities that will no longer be communities. The vast trust resources under the Department of Hawaiian Homelands contain some of the most enriched shorelines in the state. Our forests contain some of the rarest flora and fauna that cannot be found anywhere in the world. The focus of the department has been solely on homestead developments, but the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act provides for much more opportunities than just that. Through proper resource management techniques blended with ancient wisdom and traditional philosophies, homestead communities, particularly those outside of the urban core, can host economic, conservation, agricultural, pastoral, and aquaculture activities that can enhance and strengthen our resources. While I know that funding sources for this kind of activity is currently outside of the department's ability to address, I would ask the commission and the department to begin to invest time with their beneficiary practitioners to begin developing a plan that can provide for opportunities that begin to malama our honua and create a place for the next generation to learn and benefit from. I speak about the need to remove and maintain the ungulate's presence that has been decimating our forest and the aggressive fishing and taking along our shoreline areas. A short-term resolution needs to be implemented as quickly as possible to secure our market areas. A long-term resource management plan would be the next step in the preservation of these important areas and can play a crucial role in restoring our watersheds and estuaries necessary to establishing self-sufficient and fully functioning communities. I wasn't aware that you would be talking about ungulate management activities, Mr. Chair, so thank you. Once again, Mr. Chair, mahalo for this opportunity to once again sit before the commission and to speak on the many issues and opportunities.
Blossom, thank you very much for being part of the communities and always advocating upon their behalf and continue to do so today. So I don't have answers to all of the questions that you raised today. I will open up to the commission if they have more questions for you.
Chair, I can no longer raise my hand, so I'm just jumping in. Kalamai.
Go ahead.
So I want to say a couple of things. I think first I want to acknowledge Kikoa Inamoto's efforts to hold our monthly Mokopuni Council meetings. It's a venue that's intended to provide access to associations as well as beneficiaries to come and talk about their interests, their concerns, the projects that they have taken on. But I also appreciate what Blossom has brought to the table today. For those association members and beneficiaries who are not participating in the Mokopuni Council meetings, it's important that we know what other members of our community are doing. And as you can see from that report, there's a lot going on. And the effort to bring this forward on the J agenda, I really appreciate because it gives us a broad perspective on all the other initiatives occurring. But also, more importantly, it brings to the forefront some of the ongoing concerns that many of our beneficiaries have, not just here on Maui, but universally across the state, especially when it comes to criminal activity. And like you, Chair, I don't have all the answers, but as you know, the lack of enforcement capacity in the department always touches a nerve for me. So I hope that we can continue to look at and commit ourselves to building out a robust enforcement and compliance division within the department. Otherwise, these concerns, the fears that arise as a result will never go away. It's just going to escalate and continue to grow. So that's all I have, but mahalo. Thank you, Blossom, for your mana'o today.
Welcome.
Thank you, Randy. Other commissioners, questions for Blossom? Okay, if not, Blossom, thank you so much for your patience today with our technology and or lack thereof. And we will continue to try to address the conditions that you have pointed out. And thank you for also highlighting the fact that it does require funding. So, mahalo.
You're welcome. Sure, my pleasure.
We'll go to agenda item J6. Is Lico Wallace available? Ah, there you are. Okay, aloha. Can you hear us? Okay, you're on mute.
Let's see. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Commissioners, for the opportunity to come before you today. My concern is based on Naiva subdivision on Molokai, Ho'olihua Molokai. I've been calling and speaking to our Representative Decoit and Senator English's office and trying to follow it. I was a little bit late before it went through their committee, but I know that they're still going to meet with the Finance Committee and the Ways and Means Committee. So I'm still working at that level to follow through with the 9.5 million that was budgeted in the sufficient sums budget for Naiva subdivision. And from my understanding, it was approved by the governor as a lump sum. And the last I heard, it was there was 5,000 more. That was 5 million, excuse me, 5 million, bringing it to 25 million for lot development. And so basically, it sounds like we're not a line item specifically earmarked. So my push would be to have the Ways and Means and Finance Committee approve it through as a lump sum, giving the Hawaiian Homes the ability to decide how to spend it. And my ask is that the commission would support Naiva in getting the much needed funding to continue with the project so that the people, we can get it up and running, and the people that are on, the beneficiaries that are on this long awaited lots will be able to live there. I also wanted to mahalo Commissioner Helm for working hard alongside of us, along with Cedric and Stuart and all the rest of the other staff members that have been giving their time and effort to move this project forward. So we're just taking our opportunities to move that project along. And I know it cannot move without money. So basically I'm, just asking the commission that should this monies come through and it's not line item for Naiva, that they would support in helping us keep that monies flowing so we can continue to get the subdivision up and running. Thank you.
Mahalo, Liko, especially for your advocacy in the legislature. I wish every association um, would have the same advocacy down at the legislature. And with that, I'll open it up to commissioners.
Hey, Chair.
Yes.
Liko, thank you, Liko. Thank you for your outstanding work and your continued work as you move forward. And, hopefully the staff that is in charge of funding will continue to be on top of this. And I do support this proposal. And, you folks waited since 1985. And, and I think you do deserve the support from the department. So I just wanted to thank you for your outstanding work, and you keep on lobbying to the ledge, and it's just don't stop, keep it up. And like Chair says, you lead by example. So you can convince other associations to do the diligent work like you do. So yeah, thank you so much. But I hope that the department will be on top of it, and if we have to remind them about it, and then stay on top of it. But yeah, I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Liko.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Zachary. And Liko, I would advise you to tune into tonight's community meeting, where you'll get an update from Land Development Division on the capital improvement project updates. Okay?
Okay.
Just encourage you and whoever's else interested in attending.
And what time does that one start?
6:30, is that correct? 6:30. Is there a link somewhere they can find easily? On the Hawaiian Homes Commission website.
Okay.
Mahalo nui. Aloha. Okay, so we'll take a five-minute break, and then I'll ask the commission to go into exec session. We'll try to get a hold of Mel. We've been bouncing him around, so contingent upon him being available. And then there are a number of other things that have come up to discuss in exec session. So let's take another, I'll call it 10-minute break, so we can get a hold of everybody. Mahalo, guys. We're in recess. Aloha Commission members, we are back from recess and not all of us are here, but a quorum is here. So I will be asking the commission for a motion to go into executive session to convene executive session pursuant to section 92-5, subsection A, subsection 4, Hawaii Revised Statutes to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. And there's a little twist. Once we get the vote, then the first item has to do with Nelson, so then we will have to excuse Ryan. So may I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of going to executive session, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a minute. Niniao?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Today's information only is an update of activities for the July 9, 2021 through July 8, 2022 Centennial Celebration of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended. So in our submittal, we deleted a couple of items and replaced them with cheaper alternatives. And the big one that I wanted to highlight was the original idea, number E, actually it's A in Hawaiian, creation of 10 documentaries, 50-minute, one episode per month for 10 months, la la la. So instead, we took that same idea and capitalizing on what social media has done in the pandemic and what Leali'i did in collaboration with the department and CNHA and the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs for Kuhio's birthday last month, we've sort of added item E, which is in English I, on page 2 to include the episodes part using social media platforms instead. We also took out items K and La on page 3 for the viral music video and the Hoku Hano Hano Awards show. And then I asked Cedric to maybe talk and expound a little bit more on the videos and the other ideas that we discussed.
Okay. Aloha Commissioners, Cedric Duarte, Information and Community Relations Office. So just to give you a quick update on where we're at, obviously we've been sort of navigating our way through the pandemic time and we're trying to arrive at a centennial acknowledgement that is considerate of budget restraints and sort of the latter part of the COVID pandemic that will probably be continuing in through the second half of this year. So we're gonna do, as Niniao stated, some of these online information interviews and try to provide more context to everyone using social media platforms. We had this idea and we shared it with Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement and we partnered with them in March and that seemed to work out really well. So we'll try to continue forward with that. And we're hopeful that coming into 2022, gatherings and things like that will resume again. And we can go back to doing, and supporting the homestead associations with their Prince Kuhio festivals. We'll keep our fingers crossed and see if there's a parade and other opportunities to acknowledge not only the Prince, but also to highlight some of the successes that we've had with the program over the last 100 years. So we'll be continuing to work on that. Today was just a quick update. We wanted to let you know that we haven't neglected the centennial. We are still moving forward in it. And it's a bit of a moving target with whether or not we can have gatherings, not have gatherings, and what we need to do. So we just wanted to keep you informed on where we're at, and we'll continue to keep you abreast of any changes that come forward.
Any questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I did want to ask the commissioners, we did pass the Centennial Celebration Resolution last year. And unfortunately, we've been able to send it out to our state legislature and the House and the Senate to get companion legislative support for the Centennial, but it's unsigned. And so we also did a resolution a couple months back for the late Mayor William Kinoy, and his widow is asking for a copy of the resolution. And I wondered if the commission would be open to providing Leah for those two resolutions, digital signatures, so that we can, formally send them out.
Commissioners, any opposition to having digital signatures on the documents?
No opposition from me. I would support that, Chair.
Mahalo, Randy.
Same here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Niniao. Thank you, Cedric. We're going to agenda item D6 next for information only. presentation on non-qualified applicants as we move forward.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, this is Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. Our item D6 is to provide you with information regarding certain applicants that are currently on the department's wait list, but has been determined to be not 50% Hawaiian ancestry, and therefore are ineligible to receive a lease pursuant to Section 207 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act as amended. The presentation will be given to you by Nicole Bell, the application branch supervisor. You may be aware that Nicole joined the department April 1st of 2020. So she's been with us just over a year. She's new. She just been with us for about a year, but with her and her staff, they've been able to do tremendous things in applications, especially catching up on backlogs. One of the backlogs that they've been able to focus on is working on the designation of applicants that passed away without designating a successor and having to go through the public notice process. So in the last year, applications branch has been able to come to you for approval to approve those designations through public notice. I believe there's been about 150 cases that applications branch took to you for approval this year or this past year, as well as your approval to cancel lease applications where the lessee died, having no designations and still no claimants through the public notice process. So she and her staff has been doing an excellent job on catching up on some of the backlogs. As a matter of information, Nicole and her husband are in the midst of constructing their home on the Ka'ulo Kaha'i subdivision here in Kapolei, and she's expecting her family to move in a couple of months. So I know she's anxious in getting that completed. As you know, constructing a home is difficult, but she's been hanging in there. Hopefully we'll get invited to the housewarming. Again, the D6 commissioners is to provide you, like I said, with information, but at the same time, it will help us in getting clear guidance from you on how to proceed with these applicants that are on our wait list, but do not qualify because they lack the 50% Hawaiian ancestry to receive the lease. So without further ado.
Before you introduce Nicole, commissioners, I'm looking at her and she's very apprehensive about doing this presentation. So I want to assure her that if there's any frustration after your presentation, don't worry, it's my fault. Okay? So carry on.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners. Like Juan mentioned, I am Nicole Bell, Applications Branch Supervisor, and I want to thank you for your time and for this opportunity to share some information about the non-qualified applicants on our wait list. I'd like to begin with providing some context as to how the process of determining an applicant's quantum eligibility has evolved over the years. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended identifies the beneficiary class as Native Hawaiians, and Section 201 defines Native Hawaiians as any descendant, any descendant of not less than 1/2 part of the blood of the races inhabiting the Hawaiian Islands previous to 1778. The Act clearly defines who the department serves, but it does not outline a process on how the department determines whether or not someone is indeed a descendant of not less than 1/2 part of the blood of the races inhabiting the Hawaiian Islands previous to 1778. Nor does it provide guidance on what historical documents may be used to make that determination. Next slide. The earliest known written reference to a quantum qualification process is found in the February 1953 Hawaiian Homes Commission Policy Manual, which reads, "The Commission will accept the applicant's statement as to blood qualification when it is submitted under oath, as on the application for lease form, which is sworn to under oath. In case of doubt, the applicant shall furnish proof of blood qualification. Such doubt shall be raised before the Commission in writing." So how was this language operationalized? Basically, a signed statement to one's percentage of Hawaiian blood was accepted as proof for blood qualification. This practice of determining an applicant's quantum qualification continued into the early 1970s. In April 11, 1974, in the department's procedural manual, it significantly expanded the limited 1953 language, and it adds, "An applicant shall not be compelled to prove more than 50% Hawaiian blood. However, he must be informed that additional proof of a greater percentage of Hawaiian blood may be of benefit to his heirs." It also reads, "The burden of proof shall rest with the applicant, and the evidence must be persuasive and convincing." The procedural manual also identifies what historical sources may be used to help determine an individual's blood quantum. So during this time, it is clear that the documented proof was required to determine an applicant's blood quantum. However, copies of the documents were not kept on file. Only document numbers were noted on the pedigree chart, or what the department calls kumu ohana. Indications in certain files and department memos suggest attempts at a systematic approach to quantum certification in the 1980s. At this point, staff were instructed to keep copies of all verifying documents in the applicant's file, and a methodology began to take shape. And the framework as to how we do methodology today appear to take place by the late 1980s. So what's the purpose of a methodology? Because adherence to an established genealogy methodology helps to ensure that all prospective beneficiaries are evaluated for quantum qualification by the same set of standards. Methodology provides a logical framework for determining percentage using available genealogical resources. So although the department now had an established method for determining an applicant's blood quantum, there was still some refining that needed to take place. For example, there were inconsistencies with how blood quantum was determined for an applicant with a non-Hawaiian surname. The department cannot verify a person as pure Hawaiian if he or she has a non-Hawaiian surname, unless there is documented proof as to why the family surname is non-Hawaiian. The department is aware of situations when an individual takes his middle name, which is non-Hawaiian, and transposes it with his given Hawaiian name. For example, William Peter Ka'ahanui transposes to William Ka'ahanui Peters. Or even situations like Robert Ho'opili Baker, who is of pure Hawaiian descent, but adopted the last name Baker to honor the man who in part raised him. The directive to staff was to not simply accept an individual with a non-Hawaiian surname as pure Hawaiian without justification. There's also evidence of inconsistencies with how far back to go in researching an applicant's genealogy. Currently, as a general guideline, staff are instructed to go as far back as the 1920s or earlier. However, if the primary documents of an individual states multiple races or part Hawaiian, research must be done to identify the pure Hawaiian ancestor. Another example of how things have been refined is the acceptance of DNA testing to establish parentage. The rule greatly helps individuals who do not have both parents listed on their birth record. Recognizing the inconsistencies on how blood quantum qualification was done over the years, the department took on the task of auditing every applicant's native Hawaiian qualification. This audit began in 2004 and continued to about 2009. As a result of the audit, a certification code was established to delineate whose NHQ was verified or cleared, who might be able to clear with more documentation, and who clearly does not qualify. So the table I have on the slide here, Y represents those that have been verified at 50% Native Hawaiian. P means, or pending, you hear that in our language, means that more documentation is needed for us to make the verification. And then N, which is what we're gonna talk about later on today, are those applicants that are non-qualified. So their documents have been exhausted and they do not meet the 50% blood quantum. Slide 10. So that brings us to today, 2021. And this data is as of Friday. So currently we have 65 non-qualified applicants on our wait list. Of those 65 applicants, they hold 112 applications. We have 6 applicants with invalid addresses in our system, and one of them is deceased. This table illustrates the distribution of the 112 applications, with the majority of the applications for Hawaii Island, Maui following with 24, Oahu with 23 applications, Kauai with 14, and Molokai with 2. This next table illustrates what decade the application is dated for, with most of the applications dated during the 1980s, and then the 1990s to follow, the 2000s, 1970s, and then one in the 1960s. So beginning next month, HSD would like to begin preparing N applicants for commission approval to cancel. This checklist is an outline of all the documents that must be in the applicant's file before adding an applicant to the cancellation submittal. It is the branch's highest priority to assure the applicant was aware of the situation and was provided ample opportunity to respond. This slide is a tentative plan of action to address the concerns of the waitlist. So once we've addressed the concern with the non-qualified applicants, my goal is to prepare a submittal for the commission's approval to accept all the existing Y or verified applicants on the waitlist. And then following that action will be efforts to address the pending applicants by island, beginning with Lanai and ending with Oahu. Before I open it up for questions, I'd like to end with a note. I think we've all heard of the phrase, building the plane as we fly. Well, that phrase is an accurate description for what the state was tasked with when the Department of Hawaiian Homes was established through the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended. There was no template to follow, no other similar organization to provide guidance. However, as you can see, through the evolution of the quantum qualification process, the department was strategic in its actions. A plan was implemented and evaluation and adaptation took place. This I humbly ask for you to keep in mind as we continue our work together in making improvements to the department so that we can better serve our beneficiaries.
Thank you, Nicole. Questions, commissioners? Start with you, Patty. Oh.
And Patty.
Okay, so Patty first, then Randy.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I guess my question is regarding the wait list, and I'm trying to understand because I continue to hear that we have thousands on the wait list, 280,000 plus. And so when these new subdivisions come out, and maybe I don't know, this is a dumb question, but when these new subdivisions come out, do they go through the wait list and select people on the wait list? And then if they're not qualified, they either stay on the wait list or you track data if they don't want to go to that area of where that homestead is open in Oahu particularly. So the reason I ask is because we have a lot of new subdivision. Kanahili opened up, and then we have the new subdivision, but there's a lot of young people that get on into the homes. So I'm wondering how that wait list, how do we work that wait list?
The wait list is anytime there's a award opportunity. We have areas with area priority lists. It would go to those applicants on the wait list in that particular area. And then we would go by application dates for island-wide.
We also have
And so
UIs.
do you also have like a tracking system? No, I don't want to stay in Kapolei. I want to go to Waimanalo. And so but they still stay on that list, correct, Juan?
If they don't select, they will still be on the list that they are on, either the island-wide wait list, or if they applied before a certain date, they would be on an area wait list. But if they don't select or choose not to select a lot in a current subdivision that the department is offering, they would remain on the wait list with their application date.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. How come you look so handsome today? You cut your hair or something?
Oh, sister, I'm gonna take you out for dinner tonight. made my year.
You get mustache or something. You just kind of.
Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to.
Kind of. You know,
Petty, you really observant there, Petty.
I'm very observant.
Very observant.
Well, when it comes to men, you gotta observe. You did a good one. Thank you.
So
I hear you on COVID special tonight.
Thanks, Juan.
I would point out, because you commented on younger folks appearing to receive awards, and part of that reason could be that you have an older
Exactly.
Okay.
you have a parent or a grandparent that receives the award and then transfers it to a younger member of the family.
Thank you. Yeah, I really didn't know that. Thank you.
And I want to add that there's also situations where the applicant had succeeded their parent or grandparent's application too.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Nicole.
Okay, so Randy and then Dennis. Randy, you're on mute.
Sorry, aloha Nicole, you did a good job. Thank you for the information. I'm glad this is for information only because I'm not ready to commit to any decision making, but some of the things I heard and I was trying to pluck out was I think it was 1953. It sounded like in order to qualify, it was just you come in, you provide your mana or your testimony, and that might be acceptable. Is that correct?
That is correct. That was acceptable.
Okay, and then in 1974, there were some changes made, if I heard you correctly, to try to create more well-defined parameters under how a person might qualify, right?
Yes, at that point, I want to say the biggest expansion to that language was now there was a set of documents or a list of documents that they provided that applicants could bring in to help determine their blood qualification.
And then in the oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Nicole.
And just a note that at that time, we did not keep copies of those records. It was just noted on the Kumu Ohana chart itself.
Okay. So would that be documents like birth certificate, marriage, death certificate?
That is correct, yes.
And then in the 1980s, there was a further expansion of what was required to verify.
Yes, and so in the early 1980s, there was a directive to now keep actual files for the applicants, and we would make copies of those documents that they had submitted for their blood qualification. So there was a maintenance of records at that point.
And then in 2004, an audit was done, right?
Yes, it began. That was the start of the audit.
Okay, so my question back to the department is, given the methodology, in 1953, individuals were allowed to qualify based on the rules that were in place back then. And then in 1974, it began to change. In the 80s, it began to change. And in 2004, an audit was done. So, and I think that may be that period where a whole bunch of people, including myself, got a letter that we no longer qualified to be on Hawaiian Homes. And that raised a lot of alarm bells because I was not in the home. I was on Maui, but my brother was in the home. And there were many other beneficiaries that received those letters. So I'm thinking maybe I was doing that audit because I can't remember the exact year. But I guess my question is, how is that fair if in 1953, an applicant comes in, he qualifies based on those existing rules, and as the decades move forward, that person who may be in a home as a result of that decision making now is told he has to get out of his home because, as you say, the department is building the car as they drive it. But how is that fair to the passenger who is riding in that car is my question.
And Randy, I'm going to answer your question that that is actually a subject for executive session.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, thank you for allowing me to get the question out. And I will wait for the proper time to take a deeper dive. Thank you.
We can schedule that question for executive session tomorrow. We'll add it to the agenda.
Thank you,
We'll need the
William.
appropriate number of votes, but we will. Okay. Thank you, Randy. Other Dennis?
Yes. Thank you, Nicole, for your presentation. So I'm looking at 1970, one of your slides, 1974, of the procedure manual. And can you tell me how many of those items are still being used after 1980 or up to date after 2004? I may have to change my physical appearance.
You mean the list of items that you have? Is that
Yes, yes,
what you're
the evidence.
referencing to?
Physical appearance is interesting. Do we
Yeah,
still
so
use that?
We do. We still use the certified records issued by the Department of Health, the
Okay.
certificates of Hawaiian birth. However, we do not accept affidavits anymore.
Okay.
I know that was a change. Family court records for adopted applicants, yes. I don't believe we use physical appearance.
Okay.
Obituaries or vital statistic clippings, yes. Old Department Kumu Ohana records that have been verified, yes. And I have not seen a physician's report for verification purposes.
So we're not using that anymore?
I do not believe we are using that anymore.
Okay, and then sorry, I might have missed some of this, but when you got to you talked about this, the slide on 65 non-qualified applicants. And then the next slide shows the distribution of 112 applicants. Are you saying the 65 non-qualified are within this 112?
That is correct. So 65 applicants hold 112 applications.
Oh,
because they can apply both for res and ag or res and pastoral.
Oh, okay, okay. And these are what we consider at this point non-qualified.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay. Other commissioners, looking around for hands. Okay. I don't see any. So Nicole and Juan, thank you so much for your presentation. That wasn't so bad, was it? Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Great job, Nicole.
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners.
It's amazing how much information somebody can grasp in 1 year with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so We will now turn to the, thank you, Juan, the G agenda items. And I've been asked to go to agenda item G2 first. And we will have Andrew joining us remotely.
Here though, G2. Here.
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Acting Planning Program Manager. Item G2 for information only, a update on Molokai water projects and issues. With me today, I have Jonathan Choyer, who will be giving the presentation.
Aloha Commissioners. I'm calling in by phone because apparently I was kicked out of the meeting earlier and cannot log back on via the web portal, but the PowerPoint is loaded, and I think Leah or Cedric will run it for me as I walk you through. So, and this will be very brief. I realize you've had a very long day, but we haven't been able to give you an overall update on Molokai water projects and issues since 2019. We were prepared to do so in April of 2020, but as you recall, that meeting was postponed due to the just starting pandemic. There's a lot that's been going on, but briefly, we just want to walk you through 4 major things, some of which you've heard from us today. First of all, the status of the U.S. Geological Survey study of groundwater on the island, the submission, second, the submission of our water use permit application, or WUPA, for Kualapu'u, for our wells in Kualapu'u. Third, Maui County has submitted, or did submit, a water use permit application for their Walapu'e well, or sometimes called the Walapu'e shaft. And we interacted with that. And fourth, we're in the process, just beginning, of seeking additional groundwater reservations for the island of Molokai from the Commission on Water Resource Management. And I guess just since I can't see any raised hands or anything, just audibly jump in if you have a question at any point. So going to the slide that says the USGS study, this, as you might recall, was published on January 30th of 2020. It was funded by the Department of Foreign Homelands, the U.S. Geological Survey, the Office of Foreign Affairs, and Maui County. It represented over a decade of work trying to get a better model of the groundwater flows on the island of Molokai, and particularly as they affect DHHLs and other wells in the Kualapu'u aquifer in the central part of the island. The U.S. Geological Survey was able to present the findings of this study to the Hawaiian Homes Commission last October. And most significantly for us, it formed a really important basis for us to develop our water use permit application, because we knew with better reliability what we could sustainably withdraw from our wells, how it would interact with other wells on the island, and how it would affect groundwater flow to the coast, including the flow of water into important cultural and natural resources like local ia, fish ponds, or limu beds. So that's one of the 4 big things that's happened since 2019. The second big thing is that we actually did spend most of 2020 drafting a very thorough water use permit application. In our application development, we met, even though it was remote, extensively with the Water Commission staff. We tried to get a good understanding of every concern that they might have with how we would apply for the water that we needed and how we would frame the issues. We actually went over in a full meeting with them our full draft application and asked for their assurance that they would accept it as complete after we turned it in. They gave us that assurance. That application seeks additional water for water meters at Kalamaula Mauka, Naiva, Ho'olehua, as well as potentially up to 210 additional meters for subdivided lots. We submitted that to the Water Commission in October 12, 2020, anticipating, as they had assured us, that they would accept it as complete. Unfortunately, we followed up with them in December of 18th of last year. They requested additional information from us. We spent time gathering that information, submitted it under Chair Ila's signature as an addendum to our application on March 26th. And we said in our cover letter, now we hope you'll accept this as complete. And on March 31st, they asked us for additional information, specifically a form to route our water use permit application through the online system of review by the State Historic Preservation Division. Andrew Choi and other staff have been working diligently to provide all that additional information and have provided it to the Water Commission, and we're now waiting for their action. Hopefully, they will certify our application as complete, advertise it, and then we will go on with the actual processing and seeking of the water that we need. The third major issue that we've been working on has had to do with securing water for the Kuleana homestead lots that you chose to create in February of 2020 in the revised Molokai Regional Plan for our lands at Ualapu'e. As you recall, on February 18th of last year, right before the pandemic, you approved the Ualapu'e Regional Plan, which called for these Kuleana homestead lots. And then it so happened that in May of 2020, Maui County requested a water use permit application for their existing Ualapu'e system. And they specifically asked for two things. One is they said that they were using more water than they're legally allowed to under their permit because their long and linear system, it's not a loop system, requires periodic flushing because of low demand to keep the water fresh. And they also wanted to provide some new additional meters. So the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, under the water policy plan that calls for us to advocate for our needs, commented on their water use permit application and said, well, we think this is great because you're flushing water because you don't have enough customers, and we'd like to provide some more customers. So we asked for a couple of things. We asked for a reservation of water from the Water Commission in the system, and we asked for additional water from their system. Unfortunately, Maui County said they were not inclined to provide our lands at Ualapu'e any water. They believed they didn't have sufficient capacity and were only interested in cooperating with us if we built an additional well. Other members of the community, including the Ahonui Homestead Association, requested a contested case on the Maui County water use permit application. At their hearing in August, in October, the Water Commission granted contested case for DHHL, Ahonui, and others. And we were proceeding to try and have a mediated discussion with all the parties in that. The Water Commission deputy, Kaleo Manuel, formerly of this department, asked all the parties whether they were interested in mediating the dispute. We said we were. Ahonui said they were. Other parties said they were. Maui County, however, responded with not being interested in mediating, and instead they've simply withdrawn their water use permit application. So we are now back to perhaps where we were back in March or April, continuing with the planning process for Ualapu'e and continuing to seek water from various sources, including potentially the county. Finally, as I mentioned, and this is the fourth and last update, in our comment letter, we said, because right now we only have a reservation of groundwater for our lands at Kualapu'u in the Kualapu'u aquifer, and we have almost 3 million gallons a day, slightly over 3 million gallons a day of water reserved in Kualapu'u. We did not have any reservations or having the Commission on Water Resource Management hold water for our future use in Ualapu'e or anywhere else. So we requested a water reservation of 0.855 million gallons a day in Ualapu'e. Water reservations in water management areas, like all groundwater and Molokai, are done by rulemaking. And so the Water Commission staff came back to us and said, hey, if we're going to go through rulemaking, are there any other reservations of water you seek? And we said, that's a good question. We have lands, of course, that overlie Pala'au, Kanakakai, and Kavela, as well as Kualapu'u, and border the Ho'olehua aquifers. So we said we would start to look at our lands and see what future land uses would drive water demands. Obviously, some of these aquifers, like Pala'au, have a very small amount of water available, only 2 million gallons a day, and much of that might be brackish. So we want to proceed slowly and carefully. We have some preliminary calculations, but our inclination in looking at the additional needs for the tracts on the slide, Kalamaula, Kapa'akea, Kamiloloa, Makaku Paia, Kalaupapa, and Pala'au, is to first start with a beneficiary consultation. It will be remote, and that's tentatively scheduled for May 5th via Zoom. With that, that's the entirety of the update, and Andrew and I would be more than happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, commissioners, and I'm sorry, I can't see any hands yet because we got to get you back on the screen. All right, we're back on screen. Anybody raising their hands? Okay, that's interesting. No questions.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
do, Chair.
Right. Okay, now we have Zachary.
Yeah, so Jonathan, so what will they discuss on May 5th?
Thank you, Commissioner Helm. What the department planning staff and I and others intend to discuss on May 5th is we will present some proposed numbers of reservations, seeking reservations for groundwater, not just at Ualapu'e, but everywhere else on the island that we need water and do not have water reservations. And the beneficiary consultation will probably center around questions of, do you think this is appropriate amount? Do you think this is sufficient? Should we seek more? Do you understand the bases that we're basing this calculation on? And then we would take the results of that beneficiary consultation to the Hawaiian Homes Commission for acceptance before making a formal request to the Commission on Water Resource Management for all of those reservations.
Okay, so did that brochure go out yet? Because it's like a week and a half from now, or a couple weeks from now.
Andrew?
Aloha, Commissioner. No, it has not gone out. It should go out later this week.
Okay. Yeah, it's best we get it out right away because this is a very important subject.
Yeah, we try to send out our mailings at least 2 weeks in advance of the upcoming community beneficiary meeting.
Yeah, and then another question, Jonathan. Thank you, Andrew. Was there any discussion about the MIS reservoir with, any beneficiaries mention anything about having access to that particular system?
Thank you, Commissioner Helm. Sorry, in doing this update, I tried to sort of update the highest level major issues. The management and access to the MIS continues to be a very long-standing concern, of course, for beneficiaries on Molokai. One of the ways in which that may be addressed in the coming year is that Maui County is starting an update to a document called the Water Use and Development Plan for Molokai that looks at all water use, not just in DHHL or the county system, but it would also include the MIS. And one of the things that we're hoping to work closely with our communities on is their participation in that effort and continued advocacy that the system provide water for our beneficiaries. I don't know if that's responsive,
Yeah,
Commissioner. I hope it is.
Yeah, I know there's abundance of water that MIS has, and it's not really being fully distributed. So, maybe the department may want to look into the use of that and somehow work with MIS. So, we can take off some of the pressure off our systems and somehow, have access to that water, but hopefully at a reasonable rate for agricultural use, for storage, agriculture use. That's all I got to say. Thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Aloha, Commissioner. This is Gigi.
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to add that in the water policy plan, We do have an item in there related to the MIS system. And, you know, Andrew can probably give more of a detailed update. But it is on our list to take a look at and look at the feasibility of, you know, possibly managing that system in the future. So it is on our radar. It's on our to-do list. So we, you know, we do have plans to look at that as well. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, well, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Okay, I don't see any other hands or anybody waving. So, Andrew, if you could, and thank you, Jonathan. Andrew, can we move to G1?
Okay, mahalo nui, commissioners. Aloha.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Aloha, commissioners. Item G1, the planning office is providing a status update on plan implementation on the island of Molokai. This presentation is a joint presentation with the Land Development Division. For the planning office, Gigi Kyrell will be giving the presentation.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Commissioners. Gigi with the Planning Office. So as Andrew mentioned, the update we're doing this year is a joint submittal with Planning Office and the Land Development Division, partly because, you know, we, on Molokai, we have so many projects going on, and it's kind of good to see the projects in a pipeline of what's in the planning stage, design, and construction. So the last time we did this update was also April in 2019, so a couple of years ago. Since then, the major changes or updates, moving on to the Molokai Island Plan. So we are working off of the 2005 Molokai Island Plan. The major update there is in January 2021, DLNR approved a return of approximately 42 acres to DHHL for Naiva. So that's part of the Naiva agriculture accelerated homestead lots. And then the priorities in the island plan the first priority has always been the Naiva agricultural homestead. We have 58 lots that were awarded in the 1986 accelerated program. We're currently doing the due diligence, including the Chapter 343 EA to pursue final subdivision approval for these lots. We had an informational meeting earlier this month in April, and we have a little bit of money, 1.5 million in CIP funds for planning and design. And I believe Lico from the association had mentioned 9.5 in construction funds, which are still going through the state leds. The next priority in the island plan is Ualapu'e. But back in 2005, it was envisioned as a residential homestead. And so since then, we updated the Molokai Regional Plan in 2020. And the beneficiaries clearly advocated for a Kuleana homestead. So the commission approved a budget to help us get started with the due diligence and the EA process. And we're finishing up on the procurement of the consultant to help kick off the EA and the Kuleana homestead settlement plan. So trying to get that one moving along. The second priority in the island plan was also for new residential areas east of Kaunakakai in the Kapakea area. We've not really done much there. The challenges we have are the residential homestead development there would require an on-site wastewater treatment facility. And it's also subject to the county of Maui getting additional water allocation to serve those areas. So that one's been on hold. And then in 2020, we updated the regional plan. As most of you know, there 5 priority projects were advocated by the community. See, I had a table in the submittal for the updates on where those projects stand. So I won't get into too much detail there. And then we have many other projects also going on aside from what was identified in the island plan and the regional plan. We have the Ho'olehua scattered lots, where we would be creating 12 new lots from 3 existing ag lots. Then we also have another accelerated lots in Kalamu'ula. It's the Kalamu'ula ag lots. There's about 72 lots awarded in the 1980s accelerated program. So we're looking at starting the EA and due diligence process to get that moving along as well. We've also been working on a PV system for the Kulana Oiwi office complex. And we're also currently working on a special area plan for Malama Park. And then lastly, the last planning plan we're working on is the South Molokai Shoreline Erosion Management Plan. And that's covered in detail in agenda item G3. And then lastly, we have the design and construction. As many of you know, we started construction on the Ho'olehua water system improvements. That's a $31 million project on that island. The Molokai Veterans and Homestead Residence Center design plans are almost complete. Construction's estimated to begin later this year, 2021. And lastly, we've also have a repair and maintenance project with the Lanikeha Center, the individual wastewater system or IWS that's needed to operate the facility and the kitchen there. So quite a bit of work we're doing on Molokai. And I don't know if land development's on the line, if there's, you guys want to say anything, or I see you do also have your item E1 to talk about the construction projects.
Yes, Chair.
Can you drop the screen? Okay, Zach, go ahead, ask a question.
Okay, do you know the status, Andrew or Gigi, on the Lanikia Center sewer system? What's the latest on that?
If they can't answer,
I can take that.
okay, Stuart, we'll be happy to take that.
Stuart, thank you.
Aloha, commissioners.
Aloha, Stuart.
Okay, so in submittal E1, I have update of all of our projects, and let's see.
Let me suggest this then. Can we close off that screen, Cedric, and then we'll go. If you don't mind holding your question, Commissioner, we will go to the E1 presentation and then take all the questions afterwards.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mahalo to Gigi for going through all of our projects. And that's the kind of great collaboration we have with the planning office. Okay, Item E1, we're going through all of the projects mentioned earlier. So the first one is Holehua water system improvements. There's 7 different sites, and that'll show up on the next slide. And currently, we're in the process of working on Site 2, which is in Kalama'ula. That project is about 60% complete. And so the next step is working on the installing new fire hydrants. So this is the area where there will be some temporary shutoffs, and between the contractor and the Molokai District Office, notifications are going out as soon as they know when these different areas will be impacted. Package 1, and you've heard that before, deals with the other 6 sites in Holehua. Right now, contractor Goodfellow Brothers working on Site 3, which is around the 1 million gallon tank. And, you know, the project is not trouble-free. There's various issues with easements, both private as well as homestead leases. And so we're working through that. There's a lot of communication from our Molokai District Office, our contractor, and our construction manager. So they're doing a great job out there, and the project is slightly ahead of schedule, so that bodes well. The next slide will show the objectives, and you know, the system is 80 years old, and double of my time here at DHHL. Again, looking at improving reliability and functionality, addressing water pressure issues. That's not to say that every single lot will be improved, but in general, the system is going to be improved. Fire protection, like I said, in Kalama'ula, there's quite a number of new fire hydrants that are going in to provide that fire protection in the lower Kalama'ula area. Okay, next slide, please. So this is a summary of the funding for this project. USDA contributes about $19 million, DHHL almost $13 million, and the legislature has kicked in $500,000 for a total of $31 million. Okay. And this is just a summary of the different packages. So package 1 is Holehua, package 2 is Kalama'ula. And right now, both areas are under construction, and happy to report that it's a little bit ahead of schedule. On package 3, which is the photovoltaic system, we're continuing negotiations with Maui Electric, and in fact, we have meetings scheduled next week with Joby. Package 4, equipment, we received bids end of March. They're currently under review. And so we should be making some of the award on the equipment very shortly on that. And that's all being coordinated with the Molokai District Office. Gigi mentioned Naiva Ag Subdivision, so that's a very high priority project in Land Development Division. We are currently in the Chapter 343 environmental documentation. I want to add that in the engineering report being prepared by consultants, Arm Towel Corporation, they're including and look at the Molokai irrigation system, because our intention is to provide irrigation water to the Naiva subdivision. So there's I'm not sure exactly the size of the line along Pala'au Avenue, but that is a irrigation line that comes from the MIS. So that will be part of that study there. Okay. Holehua scattered lots. We're looking at actually trying to provide additional awards by looking at different sizes of agriculture lots. Now that we have subsistence ag in our tool chest, we can look at maybe even additional lots. But of course, we have to consider the water demands and work closely with the planning office regarding how much additional water we would get with the water use permit application and when that's approved. So we're confident that the planning office will get that, and so we're pushing ahead with Naiva and with Holehua scattered lots. Okay, you see the schedule there. And then we have two projects that are not lot development, but they're very important to the community. And the first one is the Molokai Veterans and Homestead Residence Center. And that project right now is in its close to completed design phase, going to start the permit application process, and hopefully then start construction in the winter of 2021. So on this project, we received the legislative appropriation of $4 million. And lastly, Lani Keha, so Commissioner Helm. So this particular improvement is not to the actual individual wastewater system. So last year, with the help of our consultants and the community, we got in and we were able to get the septic system approved by Department of Health. But soon after that, we also were made aware of some of the waistlines had issues with them. And so we recently did another camera video of the lines. And so our intention is to repair both. There's the waistline that comes from the kitchen as well as from the other restroom facilities used by, I think, the school. So that's what we're planning on doing, to procure, repair, and replace the sewer lines. The IWS, again, is okay. Everything is working well on that. And so that's our program for Molokai. So mahalo.
Stuart.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah. Stuart, thank you for that presentation. A couple questions. When do you anticipate the work on the Lanikea's system?
That one we are, we'll probably start the procurement, I think, this summer. We have the specifications, so it's a matter of putting it all together. And so right now we have a myriad of repair maintenance projects that are going on statewide. And so we're trying to put this in the queue to get that going. We understand the importance of this piece. So right now, I believe that the waistline from the kitchen is the inside is really kakio. The waistline from the restroom facilities, that one has a break in it. So, we're looking at the two going on at the same time. So, it's it's going to be really important going forward regarding the maintenance of this of these lines, because it basically has not been maintained for 20 years. So we'll try our best to get this back to good working condition, and it's going to be part of our budget request that's coming up for to the commission. But we're gonna try to start that procurement shortly.
Okay, Stuart, thank you. Then my final question is regarding the Holy Will water system improvements. On package 4, the equipment for operations and maintenance, is there any additional work for the Holy Will base yard with that package 4? Was there anything that they were gonna do at the Holy Will base yard or not?
There's some, I believe there's a lot of equipment and building. I don't know the details of everything. There are probably about 20 items on the list that was consistent with the engineering report prepared for that piece. So I can get you some more details on that. So we're going through the review of that right now.
Okay, if you don't mind, thank you.
Sure.
And by the way, Stuart, thank you for all your response when I email you. You right on it, man. You on top of things, I tell you. They're lucky they get you over there. You important guy. You really are. But that's what it's all about. Thank you so much. So, I mean, the people on Molokai really
mahalo for that.
appreciate your work. Thank you.
I used to live there, yeah?
That's what I heard.
Molokai.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna move back. You're gonna come back Molokai. Retire. Thank you.
Mahalo, Zach. Other commissioners, questions for either planning or LDD? All right, seeing none, I think we still have agenda item G3.
Okay, mahalo, commissioners.
Thank you, Stuart.
Yeah, this is a presentation we'll be providing to the community tonight also.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Gigi. Andrew, you're up.
Okay, commissioners, item G3 for information only. We're going to provide a status update on the South Molokai Shoreline Erosion Management Plan. With me today, I have Nancy McPherson, who is the project manager of this endeavor. So Nancy will be giving the presentation.
Aloha mai kako, commissioners.
Aloha, Nancy.
As with other Molokai projects, the last time you were updated on this project was in April of 2019. We have been working on it, but a lot of it's sort of been, behind the scenes, working on the draft plan, processing the data. Yes, you can go to the first slide. The project purpose. So this is an update from 2019. We shared, the reason I attached the previous submittal was because it really went into detail about the project's purpose and methodology and work plan and all of that. And so this is a kind of the light version of an update. So these are the main purposes for the project. It is not a project to, relocate lessees or anything like that. We're just basically trying to generate some recommendations, some strategies, look at the various alternatives and look at what some of the opportunities may be to stabilize the shoreline in front of these homesteads. So next slide, please. This is the project area. One thing that delayed us a little bit was in response to requests from Kalamaula lessees who reminded us that Kalamaula was the birthplace of the Hawaiian Homestead Program. And with encouragement also from Commissioner Helm, we added Kalamaula in 2019. So we had to revise the project scope, the time, the compensation, So we had to find additional money in the budget, et cetera. But we did successfully add Kalamaʻula to the project area. Then what we had to do was we had to go out and do additional interviews and site visits in order to replicate our methodology for Kalamaʻula as well. Next slide. Our planning process has remained the same. This was the update that was given. I do have to make a correction. I unfortunately listed the date of the focus group incorrectly. It was on February 10th, not April 10th. So if you go, let's see, that is on page, a little further down in the report. Anyway, so this information was shared with our focus group attendees on February 10th. And this tells you where we are in the process right now. We're still doing some data assessment. We're still doing community engagement. We're working on the draft plan, and we're getting ready to hold a second focus group meeting, hopefully in late May, early June. So in the summer. Okay, next slide. Okay, we have done a lot of additional research on the history, which, at first the approach was, well, we're going to look at everything scientifically, we're going to interview homesteaders. And then it was realized that a lot of things that people were talking about, we needed more information on. And so we had additional research done by a Molokai cultural practitioner who researched place names and Vahipana, researched the history, of different battles and different things that happened. This coastline was actually very important in Molokai's history. And we also, looked at the wind names and rain names. And so we gathered all that information. Some of it's going to go into the body of the shoreline erosion management plan. It's one way that we're going to be reviewing the alternatives. So it needs to be one of the lenses that we look at the various alternatives with. But there's also going to be an appendix to the shoreline erosion management plan. We did have some good old maps. And when you really look at those old maps, the shoreline was in some ways the same, but in other ways very different. And so we need to take some of those things into consideration, the way that the waterways flowed through and emptied into the ocean, let's say. Because water with sea level rise and, and groundwater upwelling, the water's going to find its way back to its natural course again. And the springs may open up again too. So those are the kinds of issues that we're looking at. So we are taking, those climate change and sea level rise issues into consideration. I provided some of that information in the submittal. Next slide, please. So this is what it looks like today. You can't really see, but if you could zoom in, it's clear that the TMK lines are out in the ocean in several places, in Kalamaʻula as well as in Kapa'ake and Kamiloloa. So that shoreline's been eroding for quite a while. What we're mainly concerned about, though, is that the rate may be accelerating. So that's very worrisome. And there's also what they call positive feedback loops, where as the sea level rises, it overcomes the fish pond walls and the reef. And so all of those features that have historically protected that shoreline from wave action, that protection is going to start to diminish. So, that's a big concern. So we do realize that time is of the essence, even though we're talking about 20 to 50 years. Okay, next slide, please. So again, this is the trend that we're looking at right now. I included some web URLs in this staff report so that you can see what we're trying to take into consideration. And a lot of this is basically all state agencies are looking at this and, looking at their mission in terms of sea level rise. Okay, next slide, please. So the changes that we had to make, as I alluded to earlier, were that we added Kalamaʻula. We also added Malama Park in Kaunakakai, Ahupua'a. And that triggered other changes. We did the additional site visits and interviews in 2019. Then we researched additional cultural and historic knowledge. And one of our challenges was that the way the information, the way we wanted to engage beneficiaries was very visual, and it was very hands-on. It was going to be an open house format. We really wanted people to get up close and personal with the data and with the information. Then we couldn't do that. So we kind of procrastinated because we kept hoping that things would get better faster, and they didn't. And so we kind of went to plan B and decided to do the focus groups. And we actually printed out handouts with detailed information and mailed those to the participants, who are all shoreline lessees. And they wrote on them and provided comments. And then we also had an interactive virtual focus group, which had its challenges. Some people couldn't join because they couldn't connect. I think, as you've seen today, in some cases, it's not just Molokai, but a lot of our communities have trouble with bandwidth and have trouble with internet connectivity. So it's really been a challenge, for, at least for our project. Okay, next slide, please. So one of the things that we are developing are what is called littoral cell maps. And what these are is they're sort of hydrogeological units, where this is the logical area, and on the south shore of Molokai, it's usually from fish pond to fish pond, that's the section where the currents flow, the mud and the silt move around. In some cases there's sand, and in some cases there isn't. And so we're trying to understand those better. So we tried to get, and we're doing that for 4 beach cells all the way to Kalamaʻula. Okay, next slide, please. So we are, I'm not going to go into detail into all of the, approaches that we're looking at, but there's basically a continuum from revegetating with beach friendly species, aki grass and pohuehue and plants, various plants like that, that can hold the sand because their roots go very deep. So there's only certain types of areas where that works. Then you can add more structure. You can, and as these go to the right, they increase usually in cost. They increase in, the technology needed and the materials that are needed. But they reduce the amount of maintenance that's needed, and they last longer. The trouble with the far left of the continuum is that will need to be maintained, and there will need to be participation by the homestead community. So we're definitely going to be talking to folks about, the pluses and minuses of all of these options. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're processing the results from the February 10th meeting. We're working on an update to the community, hopefully by the end of this month. The consultants are working on preliminary draft recommendations. And so when we can schedule the next focus group, we're going to be vetting those recommendations and revising the draft. And then by late summer, we're hoping to be able to do a community open house. Potentially, we would look at a hybrid. So possibly being able to do some in person and some virtual. So kind of mixing that. We'll just have to see how things go. But then working on the pre-final plan and a presentation to the Hawaiian Homes Commission in early fall. And then we'll look at finalizing the plan and looking forward to implementation. So that is it. And it's been a long day, I know, for everyone. Mahalo for your attention. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, commissioners.
Sure.
Zach?
Hi, Nancy. Thank you for your awesome presentation. Nancy, a couple months ago during the heavy rains, we've experienced some flooding at Kapa'akea. So, we had the department crew went out and assist in the clearing of those debris, but there's two runoffs. And the one that was really bad was the smaller one. It's not a very deep, but I had a call from one of the beneficiaries to go out there and try to assist in removing a lot of the debris, and it got into people's yards and stuff. So I'm not sure if this is something that can be revisited to, somehow improve the that particular runoff. I think the size of it is like maybe 8 to 10 feet wide, and maybe lucky it's 3 feet deep. So it's not very deep, but it's just one of those times that we had a heavy rain and then it really damaged some of the people's yards. So I just wanted to bring that up because I think you might hear some of that in tonight's community meeting.
Well, I did get photographs were sent to me by Pinky Gaspar, and I included some of those in your submittal. We are aware of the problem. Stuart definitely knows about it. LDD has contracted out with, I think, the Molokai Occupation Center to keep the ditches clean. There are even some ditches down in Kalama'ula that need to be maintained. And some of them cross, I don't think it's Hawaiian homelands. I think it's on non-Hawaiian homelands too. The problem is with sea level rise, it's going to just worsen because as the sea comes up, the water has no place to go, and so that's a long-standing situation going back to the beginnings of Kapa'akea. And different studies have been done. The Army Corps of Engineers proposed, this huge project at Malka. It was always kind of the issue of the price tag was too high. Well, now that we are seriously dealing with climate change and sea level rise as a nation and as a state, we're looking into some funding sources that we may be able to get grants and other kinds of funding to deal with these issues, because we realize that those low-lying coastal areas, they're going to be subject to storm surge, the backing up, the flood waters, the upwelling of the groundwater. Kapa'akea was originally a wetland. So, and that whole coastline is, marshes and springs and the rivers flowing underground out to the sea. So we know we have a situation. So the shoreline erosion management plan is designed mainly to look at shoreline erosion, but we're also looking at the situation at Malka. We're looking at the flooding issue. And I think what's going to come out of this project is other projects that are going to build on this work and that are going to involve the homesteaders and that are going to look at some more longer term solutions, because we are going to have to start retaining that stormwater and not allowing it to go through those communities anymore.
And then one more comment. The department did send a crew to do some cleaning in Kalama'ula on the Mauka side of Liki Avenue. So they are aware, because a lot of that floods went into people's property.
Mhm.
And there is one other stream that's further east that needs to be addressed. So hopefully
Okay.
that can be addressed. And yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
You're welcome. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Zachary.
you.
Other commissioners, any questions on the shoreline planning efforts going forward? I'm sure others of you are thinking about shoreline.
Just a comment for Nancy, William.
Go ahead,
I
Randy.
appreciate that. Yeah, Nancy, I appreciate the presentation and the effort underway to consider some form of mitigation. This is, every time I look at these kinds of studies and impacts, it's quite unnerving. So you know, if all we have left at the end of the day is coming up with ways to think about mitigation, then at least that offers our beneficiaries something. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All Randy. Other commissioners?
Well, and we're going to be
Okay.
presenting tonight too at the community meeting.
All right. Thank you, Nancy.
Mahalo.
That brings us to the end of today's meeting. Tomorrow we have, of course, carryover C2, C4, F1, and F2. So just wanted to announce that. And unless there are any other questions, we'll recess till tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Okay, seeing no questions, recess till tomorrow. Thank you, Commissioner.